You all are requested to sit on this side, please. Last 4-5.
fill the seats. Some of you can come here in the front middle row. Please make it fast. Sir is arriving. Namaskar. A very good morning to one and all. It is my proud privilege to extend to you all a very warm welcome for a two-day national seminar on national education policy, shaping tomorrow's learning today at National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar. शिक्षा जीवन की तैयारी नहीं है, शिक्षा ही जीवन है, जानते हुए समाज में सबसे बहुमूल्य चीज यदि कोई है तो वो है ज्ञान। मानव के मूलभूत अधिकारों में ज्ञान की प्राप्ति प्राथमिकता में होना चाहिए। हर व्यक्ति को शिक्षित होना चाहिए क्योंकि शिक्षित व्यक्ति ही समाज में परिवर्तन ला सकता है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि एनईपी का राष्ट्र निर्माण के महायज्ञ में अहम योगदान है। National education policy envisions a massive transformation in education through an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat, sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. The NEP is founded on the five guiding pillars of access, quality, affordability, equity, and accountability, which will have lasting positive impact on the education system and making India a global hub of skilled manpower during the Amrit Kal, the next 25 years leading into developed India in 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, with this brief introduction on NEP, let me take an opportunity to welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Matra Devo Bhava, Pitra Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atiti Devo Bhava. We would like to extend our heartfelt thanks and welcome with sapling and memento as a mark of respect and gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais. A very warm welcome to our distinguished chief guest of today's historic occasion, Professor Dr. Manish R. Joshi ji, Secretary UGC, Ministry of Education, who has been an exemplary figure in the field of education. May I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyas to welcome our distinguished chief guest, Professor Manish R. Joshi ji, with sapling, case, and memento. We welcome you, sir. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है आपका। Thank you, sir. We also extend hearty welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Professor Rama Shankar Dubey, with sapling, case, and memento. May I request Professor S.O. Junare to do the honors. A very warm welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Sir. Hearty welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor of NFSU, Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas. May I request Professor S.O. Junare to welcome Sir with sapling, case, and memento. Sir has been always an inspiring for all of us in all the occasions. Sir has been always guiding us. Thank you, sir, for all your motivation. Thank you, sir. A warm welcome to Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, Gandhinagar. May I request Professor Satish Kumar to welcome sir with sapling, case, and movement. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep clapping because that gives a lot of energy, exuberance. I hope you all are enjoying the early morning in Gandhinagar. It's a pleasant environment. Thank you so much. We also extend warm welcome to Professor Purvi Pokhriyal. May I request Dr. Bhargav Patel to welcome ma'am with sapling, case, and memento. Thank you, sir. May I request Professor Purvi Pokhriyal to welcome Shri D.P. Chhaya sir, Advisor to Honorable Vice Chancellor, NFSU, with sapling, case, and memento. Welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, a very warm welcome to Professor Satish Kumar, Campus Director Bhopal and Dean School of Forensic Sciences. May I request Dr. Surbhi Mathur to welcome sir with sapling, case, and memento. Special welcome to all the intellectual galaxies, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing your valuable time for the inaugural session and gracing the occasion. To mark the auspicious beginning of the program, may I request the distinguished chief guest, Professor Manish R. Joshi ji, to light the ceremonial lamp. May I also request the other dignitaries to accompany Honorable Sir for the same. शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्य धन संपदा शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्य धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशाय दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. S.O. Junare, Campus Director, Gandhinagar, has been instrumental in development of various schools, academics, and research-related activities at NFSU. He has been fostering and inculcating prudence, efficiency, creativity, and compassion among teaching fraternity to work together for the development of the university. May I request Professor S.O. Junari, the most proactive, workaholic, and dedicated campus director, Gandhinagar, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning, respected Professor Manish Joshi ji, Secretary, University Grand Commission and Chief Guest of today's function of inaugural ceremony of 2 days national seminar on national education policy shaping tomorrow's learning today. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Padma Shri J.M. Vyas sir, our advisor, Shriyut D.P. Chaya sir, our special guest, Dr. Dubey sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, our Dean of School of Law and Forensic Justice and Campus Director, Goa Campus and Director Academics, Professor Puri Pokhriyal Madam, Dean's School of Forensic Science, Dr. Satish Kumar ji, all my Dean colleagues, professors, associate dean, head of centers, and faculty members from Gandhinagar campus as well as all other campuses, my faculty members of this campus, and the staff members and officers of this university and PhD scholars. I take this opportunity to welcome the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais for this inaugural ceremony. We know that Government of India has decided to implement the new education policy framed by the government in all over India, from primary educational institute to universities and all institutions of higher learning. Our university is one of them. We are having more responsibilities and more multifaceted activities than other universities. The conventional universities, they can easily implement the new education policy, but we are having different and complicated structure. So we have to see that how to implement this new education policy in NFSU. First, we have to understand this new education policy will benefit all the students as well as all the stakeholders. All the stakeholders, it means the user organizations. So the new education policy is focusing on not only employment creation, but actually to get the well-trained and practical and learned students who are having industry orientation, professional education orientation, which will be useful to the organization. As Madam told, that there's access, quality, affordability, accountability, these are the important factors of new education policy. So the new education policy gives access to everyone to the education. So nobody should be deprived from education. That was earlier part also of earlier education policy, but this education policy is giving more access in terms of providing easily admissions, multidisciplinary admissions, and education in regional languages. So if you want to study in particular disciplines, then language was the barrier. So now this education policy is giving flexibility to the students and to the teaching organizations as well as the user organizations. So here we have gathered to have an orientation about these training programs, orientation about this new education policy, particularly the issues related to implementation of new education policy in NFSU. So we are very fortunate to invite the Secretary, University Grand Commission, and who has kindly accepted our invitation and make it possible to attend or to guide us in this special 2 days national seminar on new education policy. I welcome you, sir, and I welcome our all dignitaries present here. So Dubeji, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, he is the father figure in education, particularly the Indian knowledge systems. If you see this, our education policy is one motto is to provide Indian knowledge to the students. So apart from the professional knowledge or technical knowledge, so you should have Indian knowledge, Indian ethos, Indian values. So that should be inculcated. So that is the part of our new education policy. How we can introduce new subject, how we can design the syllabus which will be useful to the students of different categories. Because there should be special different syllabus for primary level, high school level or higher level. So all types of students needs Indian ethos, Indian knowledge systems so that they can develop themselves and they can be useful to the society as well as country. So these 2 days we will have deliberation and discussion on various topics. That, for example, there's academic bank of credit. How to maintain academic bank of credit? What is academic bank of credit? Multidisciplinary admission, exit option, entry option, different languages, and most important, which programs are eligible to implement this? Which program are not eligible? So we have to see this. Though some programs they may not be actually permitted means they are not actually they are exempted from new education policy. But how can we introduce few subjects in those courses also? For example, courses related to this law subjects, Bar Council of India or Medical Council of India. So these courses are not included in new education policy. But can we introduce some subject? For example, somebody want to study cyber security related subject, one subject. Can the students of this subject or the student from other schools, like psychology schools, they want to take one subject of forensic accounting, or some student want to take some new subject in any school? Can they opt it? So these are the issues of discussion during these 2 days. So I request all the faculty members of entire NFSU, including all campus, Delhi campus and Goa campus and all other campuses, to prepare yourself, to clear your doubt, to jot down the points, and it is the forum which provide you this opportunity to ask any question related to new education policy. Because this is the first workshop or first national seminar we are organizing at Gandhinagar campus. This type of seminars will be conducted at all campuses at campus level. Again, there will be workshop where actually practically we will discuss how to implement and what are the problems, because from this academic year we will implement new education policy in partial manner. All the important aspects will be included from July or August new academic session. So I welcome all of you for participating in this 2 days national workshop on new education policy, and I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, and particularly I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir for providing this opportunity to organize this national seminar on new education policy at Gandhinagar campus. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Professor Purvi Pokhriyal is a distinguished academician and legal professional serving as Dean, School of Law and Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, as Director, Delhi Campus, and also Director, Academics Research Consultancy at NFSU. Ma'am is recognized for her expertise in criminal justice as well as forensic justice education. May I now welcome the most vivacious, diligent, pragmatic director, Delhi campus, Professor Puri Pokhriyal, to address the August gathering about the workshop. Ma'am.
A very good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor Padma Shri Awardee Dr. J.M. Vyas, respected Professor Ramasankar Dubey, Vice Chancellor Gujarat Central University, a respected and revered Dr. D.P. Chhaya, our mentor, advisor, respected Professor S.O. Junare, Campus Director, Gandhinagar Campus, and the special chief guest for today's session, Dr. Manish Joshi, the Secretary, University Grants Commission, and a very dynamic Dean, and the young campus director, the Satish Kumar, who has conceptualized this idea and has taken a lead to organize this seminar for the general awareness for the NFSU fraternity and all these distinguished faculty colleagues of National Forensic Sciences University. As Professor Junare has rightly pointed out, we have been deliberating to have some kind of a conversation amongst ourselves with reference to national education policy. And we were into some kind of a dilemma, to be very honest and candid with all of you, that how do we internalize the ethos of national education policy? Because this university has been led by someone who has thoroughly understood the nuances of education and the contribution of the education institutions in the society. That is our Honorable Dr. J.M. Vyas. Most of the universities, they set up, they are getting set up primarily to impart academic programs and to impart education. And then over a period of time, they think about the research, and then they think about the quality research, and then they think about the research for the contribution for the greater good, wherein this university, right from the beginning, had started working on the research, innovation, and contribution to the society, along with side by side offering the academic programs. So, this university, right from the beginning, is a very unique kind of a university wherein we need not to think for the research as an outcome of the academic programs at the end of the program, but we think about education, research, innovation, and contribution for the greater good of the society right from the inception of this university. And that precisely the reason that this university has got a status of institution of national importance. And then there are so many aspects of national education policy that we have internalized right from the inception of this university. Because as we all know, there are different paradigm of any education institution. And one of the important paradigm is how do we integrate academic, research, and extension services. The integration and alignment is very, very important, and that is something which is an ultimate goal of any university, which this university was having right from its inception. So we were deliberating. Of course, there are some of the very novel ideas that is being introduced by the national education policy, which we were already imbibed right from, as Dr. Satish Kumar would agree with me, right from the academic year 2021-22, the whole idea of offering 5-year program, integrated program, was as a result of implementing NEP, because this university was primarily offering the postgraduate program. And then right from 2021, we were integrating some of the skill-based courses in our curriculum. And then after the National Credit Framework has come into existence, I mean, we got the idea, and now we are systematically trying to execute and implement those ideas with with our all academic programs, as Professor Junare has rightly pointed out. So, I mean, people may feel that why this delay? There's no delay in a sense, but we were something which we were already doing, and now we are reviewing what we have been doing and what we can further realign with reference to national education policy. As we all know, epistemologically, education is a liberating, humanizing, and modernizing process. The ultimate goal of education, that how do we contribute for the greater good and greater welfare of the society. That's the primary goal. It is a public good, it's a private good, it's an individual good and the public good both. And then with these ethos we have been working, and I'm so glad the way in which Dr. Satish Kumar and all his team members, Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Surbi, Dr. Astha, they have taken a lead, because we have the biggest school in the National Forensic Sciences University is the School of Forensic Science. And that is how, as an elder brother and the elder school, they have taken a lead. I am so glad for organizing this kind of an event. And as Junare sir rightly pointed out, this is the first kind of a workshop when we are listening to the best from the field. We have Dr. Manish Joshi, we have Professor Dubey, we have Professor Chaya, and we have so many other stalwarts in this field which we are going to, and we will listen to them. They've already read NEP. We will listen, we will learn from the best, and then we would have our own internal brainstorming sessions. We would have an NEP coordinator from each school, and this is how what are those aspects that we need to further realign with whatever we have been doing. We would do these things in the coming month of April and May. And as Junaris has said, right from the month of August, I mean from July academic year, we would be implementing NEP in its fullest sense. So this is all about the NEP workshop, because because this is the best aspects, when we talk about education. Education should be something which aims at fullest harnessing the full potential of a human being, and that is based on the human ethos, moral and values. And at that juncture, we should not forget of our own ancient Indian civilization and culture. And we have so much to offer to the world with reference to the indigenous knowledge system. And the whole aspect, the whole realignment is based on the indigenous knowledge. And that is precisely, we have this kind of sessions also. I wish you a great learning experience, and this is a great opportunity because wherein all the faculty from all the campuses are coming together for an academic churning process. So this is a kind of a fraternity, academic fraternity feeling that we are getting over here in this 2-day seminar. And I thank you, Junare sir, for giving this opportunity and inviting all the faculty from different campuses and being a part of this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for all your words of appreciation and insight on NEP. National Forensic Sciences University organized International Women's Day to honor outstanding women working at NFSU in teaching and non-teaching streams in the respective field. Several creative activities were also conducted. The nominations were invited from all the 9 campuses of NFSU, and overall 50 applications were received. May I request Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, NFSU, to felicitate the outstanding women of NFSU who have contributed in developing patent or new technologies or grants which they have received. May I also request the chief guest of today's function, Manish Joshi sir, to please come on the dais forward to do the honors. International Women's Day felicitation to women. May I call upon Dr. Navtika Singh Nautiyal. Dr. Navtika Singh Nautiyal, Assistant Professor, School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies. Dr. Navtika, are you there? May I request someone to receive on her behalf? No. Dr. Malay, can you? On behalf of Dr. Navtika, Dr. Pooja Ahuja will be receiving. Dr. Navtika Nautiyal, she completed her postdoc in human rights and artificial intelligence, and she also received the grant from Gage at Stellenbosch, South Africa. Dr. Kalgi Shah, Dr. Kalgi Shah, Assistant Professor. Dr. Kalgi Shah, Assistant Professor, School of Management Studies. Okay, may I request someone from Management Department to please come forward? Okay. Dr. Priyanka Kakkar. Dr. Priyanka Kakkar, Associate Professor, School of Behavioral Forensics. Madam has received one patent in micro expressions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Yes. Uh, on behalf of Dr. Kalagi, Dr. Hazel would be receiving. Thank you, sir. Next, it is Dr. Astha Pandey. She has achieved 3 patents. Center of Excellence Food Forensics and Technology is a center which is running for which is being running by 3 female staff only at ground level since it is its inception, and they have done notable work, and they are also alumni of NFSU, and they have achieved a significant revenue of total more than 3 crore rupees in a span of last 3 years. So in this regard, I would like to call Miss Purti, Miss Prutha, and Miss Sonal. Miss Purti, Miss Prutha, and Miss Sonal. Dr. Jairaj, sir, they have also developed an indigenous kit for the detection of pesticides and heavy metals. So they have been doing a wonderful work, sir. Dr. Surbi Mathur, you may please receive the award on behalf of Miss Purti, Sonal, and Miss Prutha. Thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas is the founder Vice Chancellor of NFSU, a man of distinct vision and fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an ideal of knowledge, experience, and inspiration to all of us. Honorable Sir firmly believes in quality work with integrity. His good governance, integrity, and his other initiatives and organizing skills have brought laurels to the university and also have made him a respected persona, an eminent forensic scientist. May I call upon Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyas to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Manish Joshi, Secretary UGC, Professor Dubey, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Gujarat, Sri Chaya, Advisor, Professor Junare, Campus Director, Dr. Purvi Pokharial, Campus Director, Delhi, dear faculty members who come from different parts, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate the women leaders who have done excellent work in the field of their achievements. They deserved it more. It's just a symbol to recognize their good services. National Education Policy, for which we are going to deliberate for 2 days. Education is a mode of gaining knowledge, and knowledge is knowing. More you know, more knowledgeable person you are. And for knowing more, you need more education. So education and knowledge, they go together. And then there are different modes of learning, education, or you may call gaining knowledge. The simplest mode is learning by reading, the books, the literature, the scriptures. Read and try to understand. The second mode is Sravanam, listening to the talk of our teacher. Listen and learn. But then listening and reading may not be that effective, because many times we have seen, we read one chapter in the morning and somebody asks us, what did you read in the morning? I don't think we will be able to describe what we learned in the morning. We don't remember. Listening also is temporarily. You are listening to this talk, but then if somebody asks you after an hour, what was the actual talk on? I don't think 100% what the person told you are able to regenerate. It's not possible. So the important third factor which was introduced is mananam, the thinking. So after you read, after you listen, the third important is thinking. So what you have listened to, go on thinking. Mananam is also known as vichar. Go on thinking, go on thinking. What was this purpose of this particular word my teacher told me? What could be the actual meaning of it? Why did he say like this? Why did not say like this? So mananam. Go on thinking. Go on. Otherwise, you will not be able to make your learning or knowledge gaining effective. Otherwise, listening, it doesn't go in your mind, no problem. It is not effective at all. Reading, you are not able to even know what you did. Did you read? You forgot everything in the evening. Meaningless. So to make it more meaningful, you have mananam. And one step ahead, that is then our scripture, adithyasam. So more than mananam, it should become, that is, it can be done, I would say, a total full concentration only in this. You avoid thinking any other area. Only this becomes your thought, is adithyasam. No other thought comes to your mind. So you learn. So this is a process which called education. This is education. Different modes. And the purpose is gaining knowledge. Why should I gain a knowledge? That also is about why should I learn? Why should I gain knowledge? Why should I become a knowledgeable person? It makes you a wise person. That's what there is our slogan. Knowledge, wisdom. It gives you wisdom. You become a wise person because now you are knowledgeable. And knowledge gives you an understanding of interpreting every situation. That is knowledge. Knowledge, again, there are two types. Simple knowledge, that is knowing. Knowing is a knowledge. Special knowledge. And in Hindi and Sanskrit, we have two terminology. Jnanam, Vijnanam. Vijnanam is special knowledge. So what is the difference? Say, for example, sugar is sweet is a knowledge. You say sugar is sweet. When you dissolve the sugar in a cup of milk and consume it, you know what is the sweetness, the special knowledge. So we may have a knowledge, but we may not have special knowledge in many of the areas. In psychology, we call it experiential knowledge. Special knowledge is experiential. You have experience and then you have the knowledge. Most of our knowledge is at the conceptual level. We know many things. We know that President Biden is the president of USA. Is a knowledge only, I know. When you meet Biden, have interacted with him, and that knowledge about Biden developed is a special knowledge, experiential knowledge. Now, this knowledge needs to be implemented. That, as I told you, is the effectiveness of this. It becomes meaningful. It does not become meaningful unless you try to vicharam, that is mananam, nididhyasanam, etc. You do it, practicing. And then ultimately you start practicing it. That is the usefulness or meaningfulness of the knowledge. Say, for example, we have a knowledge, honesty is the best one. Honesty is required. Person should be honest. I go on talking, person should be honest. I should be honest, for example. I don't implement it. So there is a knowledge, there is no implementation. I did not make that knowledge meaningful. We also have a sentence in our scripture, Brahmasmi. There is, I am Brahma. I am Brahman means, by saying that I am Brahman, you don't become Brahman. I am Brahman is, I am God. I am Ishvara. I am Bhagavan. That is the scriptures telling me. So I am God, I am God, I am God. It's a knowledge. You don't become God by simply knowing. Make it meaningful, which requires a tremendous amount of work. And that is what our national education policy teaches. That simple knowledge is not going to help you. Make the knowledge meaningful. And that we also call skill. So it should convert into a skill. You become a skillful person based on the knowledge you get. And that skill will be required. That skill will be useful whenever you go for working, when you go for a job, etc. Because now you are not only a knowledgeable person, you are also a skillful person. So national education policy has focused on making the knowledge more meaningful, more effective, and widen the scope of gaining the knowledge. You are studying chemistry, and then you think that by knowing chemistry, I will win the whole world. No, there are many areas which I don't know. I should also learn biology, I should learn some physics, I should learn some nanotechnology, I should learn some engineering. And gaining knowledge is no limitation. Learning has no limitation. So, if you want your knowledge gaining thing is more effective, what is required is try to know as much as you can. I used to give an example. In forensics, we have different departments. Say, for example, narcotics. So this person is dealing with narcotics, testing of narcotics, etc. Now he is focusing on narcotics. He has gained expertise in narcotics. And this fellow's neighbor, they know him very well. He is a very senior officer in forensics and very knowledgeable. He has got ability to investigate any kind of crime. Very knowledgeable person. That is the respect he is enjoying in his society. One day there was an explosion and many people lost their lives. Now this society full of neighbors, they know this fellow is a forensic man and is a very knowledgeable person. Out of inquisitiveness, what is this? How this explosion can take place and what could be the reason and then what could be the material inside and what is the mechanism of it? They go with all kinds of inquisitiveness. And this fellow says, I am in narcotics. I don't know about explosive. The neighbor will not say anything to this fellow, but they go back with a kind of disappointment that we were respecting him as a very knowledgeable person. He, in spite of working in forensic, doesn't know what is explosive. You lose respect because now the society feels you are not a knowledgeable person. You are respected by your knowledge. So that the new education policy says expand the wings of your knowledge. Don't limit your knowledge to a particular limited area. You may read, you may do PhD in whatever area you select. Also try to learn other important areas which could be useful in making your career a successful one. That is what is mentioned here. So it's more flexible. Now there's nothing. You are in a psychology, you can learn anything. You are in chemistry, learn anything. So expand the scope, learn more and more, and then become a more knowledgeable person. And also try to inculcate what you learn. Try to put it, try to put your knowledge into practice. Then only you are a successful person. That only will give you that wisdom. Knowledge gives you wisdom. And then ultimately that gives you fulfillment. So if you want to be a fulfilled person, a satisfied person, a successful person in a life, you must be a wise person. Then only you can interpret what is success in your life and how you can become a wise person by gaining knowledge. So knowledgeable person is always wise, and then he tries to get fulfillment in his life so that he enjoys his life as a successful person. So this is the attempt the new education policy has made. Is not that simple which I mentioned here. Requires a lot of reading, a lot of interpretation, and we must implement this policy the way in which our Honorable Prime Minister has designed, and it was his vision. It should be implemented by all the university. We are also trying to do it here, and need the support of all of you so that it becomes a very effective national education policy. So thanking you so much, thanking the dignitaries who have come all the way to teach us as to what is this policy and how this can be implemented. Try to understand and not keep it at the listening level. Implement it, make it meaningful. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir. We look forward for your guidance and blessings in all our future endeavors. On this historic occasion, we are honored by the august presence of our distinguished chief guest, Professor Manish R. Joshi ji, Secretary, UGC Ministry of Education. Professor Manish Joshi is a postgraduate from Pune University and obtained a PhD degree from North Maharashtra University, Jalgaon. Sir has received prestigious postdoctoral fellowship award from the University of New Brunswick, Fredericton, Canada, which is a pioneer university in establishing computer science. Professor Joshi has published more than 100 research papers in Journal of National and International Repute. Sir has also completed several projects. Professor Joshi is one of the executive council members of the Indian Society for Rough Sets. His current research interests include rough set based machine intelligence, localization, knowledge discovery, and natural language processing. Professor Joshi has been awarded for outstanding efforts in translation of popular science and technology for the year 2018 by the Department of Science and Technology of Government of India. With this crisp introduction, may I request today's distinguished chief guest of the function, Professor Manish R. Joshi ji, to enlighten our intellectual gathering. Sir, please.
Yeah. Sweden.
Namaste, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University Vyas Sir and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University Gujarat, Dubey Sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and my dear friends. Online programs are better, no? Or offline programs are better? What do you think? Some of them are joined online also. But in offline programs, you have to bear all the स्वागत of the सब इतना स्वागत सबका स्वागत हो रहा है आपको देखना पड़ता है ऑनलाइन में स्वागत वगैरह नहीं होता है तो we immediately start our work, isn't it? So I think online में we can utilize more time in program directly content wise. So थोड़ा सा हम लोग वो ऑनलाइन से वापस ऑफलाइन ऑफलाइन से ऑनलाइन ऐसे स्विच ओवर कर रहे हैं तो दैट्स अ थिंग दैट वी आर हैविंग we have I have around 40 34 40 minutes I think I have, so we'll have a few minutes. I will talk, will give talk, will share my views on NEP. I have made some presentation also which also focus on why this has to be discussed, why this has to be considered more seriously. That is also I would like to share with you all. The mission statement of the university itself is Vidyaya Amrutam Ashnute. Matlab, we may I get Amrut means something good through knowledge. And the title of our conference is also shaping tomorrow's learning by today, learning today. So we are in this Vidya Amrutam Ashnute. In this also we are always saying कि we have अमृत, ये तो पुराण कालों में श्वेतोपनिषद में है, तो we say that they already have अमृत, but still they want to learn more and more to get continuously Amrut. So it's a sort of continuous learning we are always looking for. Honorable Vice Chancellor also highlighted that importance of continuous learning. तो ये वाला जो learning हम लोग कर रहे हैं, National Education Policy also highlight that. ये दो तीन चीजें जो और मुझे ध्यान में आ रही हैं कि एक बात Honorable Vice Chancellor has also told कि number of different areas we should explore upon. मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में दिल्ली कॉलेज में एक कॉमर्स बैकग्राउंड के स्टूडेंट से बात कर रहा था एंड आई वाज आस्किंग देम कि आप और क्या पढ़ते हैं, मतलब अपार्ट फ्रॉम कॉमर्स. तो यू विल सरप्राइज, आई गॉट वेरी डिफरेंट आंसर्स फ्रॉम दिस स्टूडेंट्स. एक स्टूडेंट ने कहा कि मैं मेडिकल जर्नल्स में क्या क्या नई एडवांसमेंट्स होती हैं, मेडिकल अपरेटस किस प्रकार के प्रयोग उसमें हो रहे हैं उसमें पढ़ता हूँ, दैट इज माय हॉबी. आज हमारी जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है इसमें इस स्टूडेंट के लिए स्कोप नहीं था कि अगर वो कॉमर्स पढ़ रहा है तो वी हैव बिग बाउंड्री वॉल्स, तो उसको कॉमर्स ही पढ़ना है, तो वी डोंट हैव दैट पर्टिकुलर फ्रीडम, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, चॉइस. ये जो तीन बातें हैं जो स्टूडेंट्स वांट, दैट वी आर नॉट देयर इन दिस earlier our existing system. And as we want our system to be student centric, students को जो चाहिए वो हमें देना है, तो therefore this national education policy ऐसी कई बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस कई जगह पे चल रही थी, कई यूनिवर्सिटीज. दुबे सर भी नैक के इसमें है. नैक की जो टीम जाती है तो कई यूनिवर्सिटीज, कई कॉलेजेस कई बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस करती है. कई कॉलेजेस आर लाइक देयर, दे आर asking their student to get some industrial experience. There are many colleges, there are many higher education institute, there are many universities जिसमें वो इंटरनेशनल स्टूडेंट्स को ज्यादा एक्सपोजर देते हैं, वो ज्यादा आए इसके लिए प्रयास करते हैं. कई स्टूडेंट्स, कई हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने अलुमिनाई को कनेक्ट करके रखा है और उसका एडवांटेज जो स्टूडेंट्स को दे रहे हैं. तो दिस ऑल आर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस. सो ये बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को एक जगह पे एज अ पॉलिसी के रूप में किया है. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि ऑल ऑफ अ सडन वी आर नॉट यूजिंग एनईपी और कल से हम लोग एनईपी यूज कर रहे हैं कि 100% एनईपी आ जाएगा. ऐसा तो हम लोगों को एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं है और ऐसा होगा भी नहीं. इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. हम लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा उसमें के जो पॉलिसीज है, जो जो स्टूडेंट सेंट्रिक पॉलिसीज है, उसको कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करना है धीरे धीरे बेस्ड ऑन आवर स्ट्रेंथ. जैसे मैडम कर रही थी, लिवरेजिंग व्हाट आर द पोटेंशियल्स ऑफ आवर इंस्टीट्यूशन, उसको कंसिडर करके व्हाट आर द crux of our institute, what are the strong pillars of our institute, उसको कंसिडर करके और क्या हम लोग दे सकते हैं, इसको भी हम लोगों को ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा. फॉर दैट एक अच्छा सजेशन मैडम ने दिया. मैं भी वही कई जगह पे बोलता हूँ कि जो यंग फैकल्टी है उनका कोई ग्रुप वहां पे बने जो ब्रेनस्टॉर्म करे कि हम लोग क्या हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट का लीवरेज करके और एनईपी से क्या लेकर हम लोग किस प्रकार से आगे बढ़ेंगे. इसका एक रोड मैप अगर उस इंस्टीट्यूट में बनता है तो दैट इज ऑल्सो अ वेरी गुड थिंग. इसकी बैटरी लो हो रही है. लैपटॉप इसको चार्ज करेंगे. So I will just give the presentation. इसमें my point is India's surge, and it's quite obvious. We all are feeling that surge, that India is surging in many areas, and what role in this India surge this national education policy have to play. Uh, I have an example. It's a 17-year-old boy named Navya Anand. He is doing a project which has got an award. A 17-year boy was working on a project which is based on artificial intelligence, speech recognition, and his project was to revive the endangered language. A 17-year student working in 10th standard, working on endangered languages and use of technology, artificial intelligence, he was working on it. And you will see many students in the schools also are using technology for creating some innovative solutions. So we are getting this type of bright students over there. We have one CUET exam, we all know, more than 16 lakh students appeared for this last time, this year also. So large number of aspirations are there among the students. This one we all know, India rise in global innovation index. There is a global innovation index. We were at the 81st position almost 8-9 years ago, but we have reached to the 40th position. This global innovation index is consists of many parameters, and in all those parameters we are improving a lot, and therefore we can see that we have reached to the 40th position in a period of 8 to 9 years. And these are the examples I'm talking about India's surge. Another one that we can say, we all know about the unicorn. It's a startup that is having a valuation of $1 billion. So India has third largest number of unicorns in the world. First is US, second is China, and the third one is India. And you see this, many of these unicorns are even startups. The number of startups are also big, 1,17,000 in 2023. The ecosystem that we have developed, this India surge that we are talking about, is because of this young generation. And this, I go in different places. So I was in Tirupati last week. Tirupati is not a very big city, metropolitan city, like Kolkata, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad, or even Ahmedabad. It's a quite small city. I was talking with the students of National Sanskrit University, National Sanskrit University. So these all are Sanskrit BA teachers or teacher student or some BSc, BA, even computer science student. And when I talked and I asked whether do you know about unicorn, so out of in a bunch of 150 students, almost 50 students were knowing about unicorn, and I asked them, how many of you think that you will have your own unicorn in next 15-20 years? So two students, one girl and one boy student, said that they will have their own unicorn in 15-20 years in future. So that are the aspiration that these young students are having. And not in big cities like Ahmedabad or Delhi, in a small city like Tirupati. So this type of aspirations, this type of change in the mindset of the students is there, and we need to supplement or we need to support this mindset that these students are going through. So this ecosystem where we have large number of startups coming up, this ecosystem where our unicorns, our companies are becoming unicorns in a big number, and you will surprise these startups also are coming, most of them, 50% of startups are coming from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, not from tier 1 cities, only 50% from tier 1, but tier 2 and tier 3 cities also contributing in that 50%. So this is a number of that is indicating the surge of India. And as I said, this surge is pulse in all sphere of life. That economy also we are doing good. That is, as we all know, and we have seen that we are in the fourth place by we are in the fifth place by toppling UK, and in few years, in 5 years, we will be reaching to the third place in the economy. So I was wondering why this is happening, because this is one big reason that is they are saying, that is called as demographic dividend. We all know that the working population age 19 to 59 is called as working population. In India, this working population is increasing. As you can see in the graph, that 60%, 65% will be the people who will earn in the working population. So in a family of 10 people, 6 people will be earning and only 4 people will dependent on them. So that are the benefits that India is going to get. And as you can see, the linear graph is there. You can see that India is going up, but more rapidly, one more continent is having that benefit, that is Africa. So this black line, you can see that Africa will also have this population advantage, that they will also have large number of chunk which is in working population. So I was worrying, and I was quite thinking, like, why people are always talking demographic dividend for India only, why not for Africa also? Because Africa also having similar type of status, that their number of working hands are also increasing, but we come to listen that only demographic dividend for India. So I searched on Google. I searched demographic dividend for India, and I also searched for demographic dividend for Africa also. So you see that the Google has given the results. So there was a doubt about demographic dividend for Africa, but there was confidence for demographic dividend for India, the articles that are coming. So that way we can see people have a strong belief on demographic India, that India can reap, and for Africa there were doubts. So what happens? What makes the demographic dividend or demographic disaster? So you have a demographic change, it can become a dividend or it can become a disaster. So what it makes dividend and what it does not make disaster. You do not fall into disaster. So that where this NEP comes in. That's where this NEP comes in. This demographic dividend, if you don't want this demography to change or to pull us in disaster rather than giving dividend, there are certain parameters that must be followed, that must be taken care of, and that India is taking care of. The working population must be skillful, that Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about. If the working population means out of 10, if the 6 people are in the working population and if they are not earning because they are not skillful, then it will be burden on that particular family. So therefore, if you have out of 10, if 6 are working population, they all should be skillful so that they can earn and then they can take the family at the higher level in the economy also as well as their status also. So if this working population, education infrastructure, equality and quality of education, these all points which I have mentioned over here, if they are not taken care of, then there your demography will become disaster for that particular nation or for that continent. Whereas if you take care of all this, then this demography will push you up and it will give you dividend. Okay. So these all points, the working population must be skillful, education infrastructure, equity and quality of education, ensuring universal accessibility to education. जो एनईपी के मैडम ने शुरू में जो पॉइंट्स बताए थे, you can find out those points also here. Modernizing school curricula, deploying new technology in education, and the most important is women empowerment. So what NEP has brought us for that? So the national education policy has all these points that we have discussed were considered, and NEP, as I said, large number of good policies, best policies are examples are given. So these all have certain objective, like we have national credit framework, we have skill qualification framework. These all are for making sure that these boundaries should be broken. Like we have in this national credit framework, we have made sure that there should be seamless transition from vocational courses or vocational training. If some particular student is an ITI, so he don't have choice or chance to come into mainstream or in professional engineering courses. So vocational to conventional, conventional to professional, professional to everywhere. So this type of transmission from one stream to another stream. So we have made a framework for that. Each learning will be recognized by levels. And what we are saying in this accessibility point of thing, we are even saying your prior learning. If a mechanic, now he is mechanic, that's all. He is able to repair the motorbike. But does he have any degree? So we are saying this national credit framework will recognize that knowledge also, will recognize that learning also. That is a practical experience that he has. So can we have this type of person who having prior learning knowledge? Can we recognize that knowledge also? So that way they will be also getting dignity, they will also getting some recognition in terms of educational degrees or diploma or certificate, whatever it may be. So that national credit framework, that one. This skill qualification was an important one. So we are talking about lot of regulation, lot of guidelines also are coming up, and UGC is giving that one so that skill can be imparted, apprenticeship can be imparted. We are talking about internship during the coursework. So 2 months, 3 months, and we all professional courses like forensic and all that. These internships are a part of the syllabus. But conventional courses like arts, commerce, they should also have this type of internship. Therefore, we are asking them that these students should also go to some mall, go to some gram panchayat, go to some bank, go to somewhere so that they can work there, they can experience what is happening in real life, and that particular knowledge, because only reading, as honorable chair, as vice chancellor said, reading, then experience, and then you can go ahead. So reading is to be complemented with experience knowledge also in real life. So therefore, this type of internship should be there, and this type of internship we should also provide. And in conventional courses, we are putting it. And apart from that, multidisciplinary things we are availing. We are also doing this type of thing so that professor of practice, so that the person is working in industry can come into the campuses. can teach there. So that type of facilities we are making. So this all for the working population must be skillful and modernizing of curricula. These all points are there. Many more are there. I highlighted a few one. Another one was there in the list was an educational infrastructure, technological, with the help of technology. We have seen that we have prepared a very good digital platform that can be used in future. The students can earn credit from anywhere and can redeem them anywhere. Like this academic bank of credit will bring the revolution like what UPI did. UPI was a revolution. This we can pay the money from the bank to another bank or to the vendor immediately just through the phone app. Similarly, this academic bank of credit will be there that student is going at home, can earn some credit, 1 credit or 2 credit over there, and then redeem at some other another place at his education institution. That type of facility and that type of structure is ready. That type of digital platform is ready. So every student is now having ABC ID. We are now going to call it as an APAR ID. So that APAR ID is now there for every student. Now even school students are going to have this APAR ID. So therefore, there will be a linkage throughout the academic career. Even this will be available to the employer so that employer can also see that. And then these all, even we are asking all central universities now that their all credits will be displayed on their IDs so that there will be no paper mark sheet. It will be only available directly on its own ABC ID or her ABC ID. So that is a way that we are going, and this infrastructure is total digital infrastructure that we have done, and based on that now we are pushing for having this ABC IDs. We have created a standard operating systems, standard operating procedures, like how one student can go from one institution to another institution. That type of SOPs are also formalized and that are been also communicated to higher education institution. So that type of mechanism we are now building NEP. And then based on that, as these provisions are available to the students, so the students now have freedom, flexibility and choice. The students will like to learn, will try to get whatever he want from whatever place he want, and based on that the knowledge can be acquired by the student. And of course we are also highlighting the research component in the education system, and that's why we have asked the higher education institution to establish a research cell, and you will be happy more than 1200 universities have already established the this higher research cell, and they are working on it, and we UGC also facilitating them by organizing the lectures online by competent authorities so that they can get the research flavor in their learning. IKS, Dubey sir are going to talk with you about IKS, but it's again, we have, our ancestors have done lot in any, you name a stream, and they have done into that one, even anthropology to even aviation, and you name anything, they have done mining, they have done something. So that also we need to study. In the newer context, we don't want to glorify our past unnecessarily, but we should also acknowledge, we must recognize what is done. In our research also, we ask our student to do the literature survey first. If you don't do literature survey, then how you will come to know that what our colleagues have done in that particular research problem. So the same thing we are asking. We have done, lot of our ancestors have done voluminous work. So we should try to get that. We should try to understand that, and we should get the solution, how we can apply those solution to the current problems, that also we have to think about that. So that Indian knowledge system also we are talking about in the national education policy. So this is all about the population to be skillful, population to be worth so that they can be valuable, that we are talking about. Accessibility to education. The education should be accessible to all. If the more number of students or more number of this working population come into education, then and then only it will be good. So therefore, UGC and even the Ministry of Education is working on it. We have set a target that the 50%, the gross enrollment ratio should be 50%. So we have done that one. We are talking about these online and ODL courses also. We have also envisaged about a national digital university. We know that the physical infrastructure that we have built from 50 to 25, almost 75 years. This, and now we are asking, the GR currently is 27. We want to double it. Means currently there are 4 crore students in the higher education system. We want it to be 8 crore. So how this same infrastructure will be sufficient for them? We need 75% to build this particular infrastructure. It cannot be doubled in 10-15 years. So therefore, we are talking about this National Digital University also. So that will also come. Many these socially economical development groups are economic disadvantaged groups are there. So for them also we have come up with the guidelines, and we are asking how to cater the needs of those people also. Research we have, and as well as teaching of the trainer, that also we are doing. We all know this accreditation and ranking, which make that all the HEIs follow certain standards. So that's why this accreditation is there. But unfortunately, because the number is very big, our number of universities or higher education institutions that are get accredited are very less. So therefore, to improve that one, we are now coming up with revised accreditation system, and there will be accrediting agencies will also be there. A renowned scientist, K. Radhakrishnan, have worked upon it, and that report is also available. We are going to use that one. So that will help. The all HEIs have certain standards also there. Apart from that, these all are the initiatives to cater that the demography should not be disaster, it should be dividend. So that all list, this is being taken care by these all initiatives of NEP. So this, we talk about this innovative pedagogies approach. We were talking yesterday with Sir Bhargav sir and other sir, that this AI is coming. So the AI teacher is he going to replace the real teacher? Because in Kerala they have got one teacher called as Iris. So that she is an AI tutor. She's a tutor, not AI, based on AI. But she teaches in classroom. She shakes hands with the student. She talks with the students. So is it like AI is going to replace the teacher? So therefore, that innovative pedagogies, like how we can connect with the student. Student is going to get all the information on the net. What he will come in the classroom. That pedagogical solutions also we have to think upon. So therefore, UGC has also come up with one very nice guideline that is also on the website, that is innovative pedagogies and continuous evaluations access scheme. So that also we need to look for, and with the help of NEP, we have come up with this also, so that more and more engagement with the students will also available. And we are happy that the number of participation of women or girl students is increasing a lot, and we promote it very well. And therefore, even in STEM, now earlier I was seeing a video of Sudha Murthy. She was the only girl engineer student at that time in 1968 in ISC Bangalore. So she was explaining her experiences, that what she went through when she was the first engineer of that particular lady engineer. But now we can see that all these facilities are available, and we are welcoming the girl students. It's a major chunk, and if the girl or lady student is educated and she is in, even in research, we are seeing that more number of students, girl students are there, and we are having that. And because of that, the in number of the people that are available earning, that are also increasing. This is one important aspect, that is of internationalization of higher education. We say that knowledge is not bound by any boundary. It comes from all over, everywhere, from everywhere. So if we have some international student, we come to know their beliefs, their views, their values, and we also come to know more things. So therefore, internationalization of higher education should be there so that it will increase the standard of our higher education also. We get good students also. So therefore, we have given facility and then flexibility to the autonomy, even to the universities, that they can have twinning degree, dual degree, joint degree with foreign higher education institution. And we have come up with one regulation that the foreign higher education universities, higher education institution can start their campuses in India. There are large number of parents, those who want to send their students to some good university in abroad, but they cannot afford the expenses. Now we are saying that those all higher education institution shall open their campuses in India, and you will be happy to know that we have opened a portal and large enthusiasm among the higher education institution, foreign higher education institution, and even countries, USA, Australia, Europe, many countries are willing to open their campuses in India. So that will also help our student to get high quality education in India in an affordable manner. So that is also one thing that NEP has bring upon. We are also talking about, NEP also talks about light but tight regulation. We are now having some number of regulators are there. So therefore, NEP talks about this Higher Education Commission of India, where the regulatory bodies will be in sync with each other. So there are four pillars of this Higher Education Commission of India are proposed. So the work is going on it also. Hopefully that will also come once government decides upon it. So this will also help in governance type of thing. It will be helpful to the organizations. And I would like to tell you that ours is not the only thing, one institution that is very curious about implementation of NEP. NEP implementation, we have got tremendous response, because NEP is not a policy that has two, three people have envisaged in sitting a room. It's a policy that is matching the aspirations of the students. So it is in sync with the aspirations of the student. So therefore, HEI has to follow that particular aspirations, and therefore we have conducted 5 zonal conferences till now, and we have got tremendous response. In each zonal conference, almost 200 vice chancellors attended that, and there were deliberations, day-long deliberations. We have divided the NEP all in 8 different aspects, and these all 8 different aspects were brainstormed by all these vice chancellors, and they have come up with the vision documents also. Zonal documents are also available, and the success stories are also shared by the honorable vice chancellors in that meetings, that we have done this and we are getting this benefit. We are discussing in the room about teaching in local language, regional language. We talk about regional languages also. So we have written a letter to all higher education institutions, vice chancellor and even principals, that if a student want to write an answer even in a final exam in his own mother tongue or in regional language, then it should be allowed, even if it's an English medium. So many students have got a backing key, because we are not testing whether he can translate the knowledge he has in English. So that the test is of not conversion into English. What he has understood, he should be able or she should be able to write in his own way. So we have given, and we have seen that it has also impacted well. I was talking with the teachers in one institute, that what are the benefits of this particular circular? Have you communicated with the student? So the teacher said that yes, we have communicated, and our students were happy that they know that if I cannot express in English, I can write in even in Kannada. So that is what we have said, that if the teacher is able to assess it, then you can write in the original language. So that is how we are trying to make the changes in the overall education system. We all know India is a very big country, and very large number of education system, so it will not change overnight. So therefore, a momentum has been started. A large number of higher education institutions are coming up. We have identified student ambassador to propagate about the NEP, because ultimately the students are going to benefited by this one. So we call them as a student ambassador for transforming higher education in India. So that is called as Sarthi. So this Sarthi of the NEP Sarthis are also propagating among the students, and there is large number of enthusiasm, very big enthusiasm, and people are eager to implement it like what you have done. So as I will request Honorable Vice Chancellor that a team of young enthusiastic teachers, they can come together, can think about it, and then how, because it's a way out, you have to identify on your own. UGC will not give you all the solutions. The practical problems at the ground level are known to you, and the solution will also be come from you only. It's not that UGC will give. So UGC has given a broad policy, even the SOPs are also done, but this type of SOP implementation at the local level should be done by you, and all the higher education institutions, especially universities and INIs like you, are having large number of greater autonomy. So you can decide how to implement this. You have to find out way so that it will match the aspirations of the students, and our surge in India, India is surging, shall continue. So thank you very much for your patient listening. If you have any questions or doubt, we can have, if the time permits, we can have one or two questions.
Okay.
इसमें से ये
ये उससे ले लो, रिमोट से.
रिमोट से
Okay. This.
चला गया.
It's not. We'll share it, sir.
हाँ ठीक है, ये मेरा PPT भी शेयर कर सकते.
We'll share it with the faculties. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. On behalf of NFSU, we affirm that we will incorporate all the best practices as per NEP. May I now request Professor Satish Kumar, Campus Director Bhopal and Dean School of Forensic Sciences, to propose vote of thanks.
At the outset, I would tender my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Manish Joshi, Secretary UGC, to accepting our invitation to grace this occasion. Sir, while listening your talk, I was thinking that more than 90% of the provisions of the NEP are already been implemented by the NFSU. Whether it's the internalization or it's digitalization, women empowerment, I'm proud to inform you, sir, that among the students, 60% of the population of our students are from the women, they are girls. So, and all the provision what you have told, most of them, we are already in the, we have already established, already we have done. I'd also put on the record my very sincere, heartful thankful to my Honorable Vice Chancellor, J. Vyas sir, Padma Shri Awardee, for his constant mentoring, support, and encouragement. Thank you, sir. What we are today, it's only due to your inspiration, your blessing. Thank you all. I also put thanks to Dubey sir. I know, sir, you have a very tight schedule and you have a meeting now also, but you have accepted our invitation and readily agreed to give a talk. Thank you, sir, for your presence here in this August meeting. Sincere thanks to DP Chhaya, sir, for agreeing to deliver a talk on the NEP and to let the faculty of NFSU fraternity all across the campus to know the very integrity of the NEP. My sincere thanks to my campus director, Gandhinagar, Junare sir, for his constant encouragement and increasing this concept of the seminar on the NEP. So down to 8 months earlier when we have discussed, he was very passionate why we should must do this at the NFSU. And he already given all the free hand to go ahead with this one. And it is his support and his guidance that we are conducting this seminar in this very nice auditorium. Purvi madam, nothing to say about this madam. She is the one who designed everything. How we have to do, what we have to discuss, what the topic needed to be addressed, in which manner we have to go. It is the campus director Delhi and director academic. Madam, without your insightful suggestion, without your suggestion, we could not have made all these things possible. My deepest thanks to my faculty member all across the NFU campus who came all the way to attend this conference so that they could be sensitized, they could be know all the very basic of this NEP, and when they will go back, they will translate into the much efficient manner. My sincere thanks to my faculty at NFSU Gandhinagar who took all the pain in order to chalk out the program, how to execute, taking care of all the small things and make these things very successful. Administrative staff, they are the one who help us a lot, whether it is the assistant registrar, deputy registrar, executive registrar, all the staff member, controller for examination, they all came with this very nice idea what we should include in order to have this event more fruitful in that way. So, in nutshell, I wish to thank all in one and forgive me if I forgot anyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Education is a process by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, and intellect is sharpened, as a result of which we can stand on one's own feet. Let us all strive together towards better skill-based India through new NEP program. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. I request all the delegates to be seated as the dignitaries leave the auditorium. We'll continue with the expert lecture. Thank you so much. I hope you all had enjoyed the session by Professor Manisha Joshi, sir. Now we are about to delve into the fascinating realm of Indian knowledge system, a subject. Sir, tea, please.
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So we'll be having 5 minute break and then we'll resume the session. Thank you. There is a tea at the foyer. So if anybody is interested in having tea, please.
I request everyone to please settle fast so that we can begin as early as possible. Now we are about to delve into the fascinating realm of Indian knowledge system, a subject that promised to enlighten us with profound insights and wisdom. To kick off this segment, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for the day, our luminary in the field of academia and a beacon of knowledge himself, Professor Ramashankar Dubey Sarji. We welcome you, sir. Now, it is my pleasure to extend an invitation to our respected Associate Professor Dr. Asta Pandey ma'am to join us for a momentum felicitation in presenting a memento to the esteemed speaker, sir. Please, ma'am. Professor Dubey sir currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Gujarat, where he has been instrumental in fostering academic excellence and promoting research initiatives. With a career spanning several decades, Professor Dubey has dedicated himself to the exploration and dissemination of Indian knowledge systems. Prior to this, he served as Vice Chancellor at Tilka Manshi Bhagalpur University, Bhagalpur. We welcome you, sir. Please give them a big round of applause. We are truly delighted to have you, sir. Professor Dubey has over 47 years of experience in research and 38 years of experience in teaching. He has served as head of the Department of Biochemistry at Banaras Hindu University for more than 9 years. He has published 182 scientific articles, book chapters in peer-reviewed journals and books with more than 21,500 citations. Professor Dubey holds a wealth of experience and expertise in various facets of Indian knowledge traditions. His scholarship not only spans across diverse disciplines but also reflects a deep understanding and reverence for our rich cultural heritage. He has served as member board of governance of IISER Mohali, visitors nominee for faculty selections at IIT Madras, IIT Guwahati, IIT Kharagpur, Vishwabharati University, Central University of Tripura. He has been serving as a chairman and member of NAC peer teams for many universities and colleges for many years. Professor Dubey is presently serving as member of the Governing Council of Indian Council of Medical Research, that is ICMR, New Delhi. He is serving as the chairman, member of many expert committees of UGC related to NEP 2020 implementation and the development of guidelines, regulations, LOCF promotion of the Indian knowledge system, etc. He is also serving as a member of many reputed organizations. Today, Professor Dubey will be enlightening us with his profound insights into the Indian knowledge system. His lecture promises to be a captivating journey through the history of our intellectual heritage, inviting us to explore the timeless wisdom that continues to resonate across generations. Without further ado, let us extend our warm welcome to Professor Ramashankar Dubey sir as he takes the stage to share his valuable wisdom with us. Please join me in welcoming none other than Professor Ramashankar Dubey sir, the Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Gujarat. Please, sir.
Thank you so much for nice introduction. Sri D.P. Chhaya ji, Professor Satish ji, and in the audience, Honorable Secretary UGC Manish Joshi ji, all faculty members from National Forensic Science University, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege for me to be here and to talk on Indian knowledge system. It is Indian knowledge system, but we will be talking on Bharati Gyan Parampara. Because India, that is Bharat. In our constitution also it is there, India, that is Bharat. So, in a true sense, it is Bharat. Now, what is Bharat? In Vishnu Puran, it has been stated, Uttarasya Samudrasya Himadrasyaiva Dakshinam Kshetra Tat Bharatam Nama Bharati Yatra Santati. Means in the north side of Indian Ocean and in the south of Himalayas, the total subcontinent, whatever we can see, that is Bharat. And Bharat derived from two words, Bha and Rat. Bha means Gyan, knowledge, and Rat means who is continuously engaged in that one. So this is a subcontinent which has been continuously been engaged for thousands and thousands of years in the search of knowledge. So that land, that bhumi is Bharat. So we will be talking on Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. What we actually mean by Bharatiya Gyan Parampara and why it is essential for us, why it is essential for youngsters to go into the depth of Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. Because we are Indians, we are Bharatiya. We must know our roots and who we are. Because India has been the country, if we talk about, from 200, 300 BC up to 1800 AD, India was contributing around 20 to 25% of world GDP. So that is our country. And in the earlier times, in the ancient times, the education system was not only related to imparting knowledge in only a particular discipline, but that education system was meant for holistic development of the personality of an individual. By holistic development, we mean development of body, mind, intellect, and soul. Sharir, Man, Buddhi, or Atma. Complete body is integrated. If we talk about the body, it is not only a physical body, it is not only a mental body, it is not only an intellect, but development of body, mind, intellect, and soul. And that is the concept of Guru Sishya Parampara, that Guru wanted holistic development of disciple. And that we were following from the very beginning. Now, if we talk about the Gyan, knowledge, in our Bharatiya Parampara, what we mean by knowledge? In our Bharatiya Parampara, Bharatiya traditions, knowledge has two sections. Vidya, दो प्रकार की विद्या, two types. Paravidya, spiritual knowledge. Aparavidya, worldly knowledge. Worldly knowledge means with experimentation, science, and other things. And Paravidya, that is Adhyatma. So, in our system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, ancient knowledge system, when we talk about, whatever scientists were there, rishis were there, with their karma, with their actions, with their dhyan, means with their meditation, and with their self-enlightenment, with their self-knowledge, and maybe by practicing those knowledge, they developed certain philosophies, darshan, which we call, philosophies, as well as various branches of science also. Science has also developed. And when we talk about the Indian knowledge system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, the origin of knowledge started on this subcontinent, on this Bharat Bhumi. And this has been propounded not only by the Indian scientists and Indian rishis, by across the philosophers of the world. Even the Max Muller, the known philosopher, German philosopher, he also states that first of all in the world, if we can say that we can get the text scriptures of Vedas, it is the first one is the Rig Veda, which originated in India. So our Vedas are the source of knowledge, whether it is spiritual knowledge we talk about or scientific knowledge and knowledge in various disciplines. Whatever disciplines originated later on during the last 4,000, 5,000 years. If we go into the roots are Vedas. We are having our 4 Vedas: Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yajur Veda, Atharva Veda. In the morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor was talking about Aham Brahmasmi. In Yajur Veda, there is Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. In that Upanishad, a Gargi, the ancient Vidusi, Gargi, he is talking to Rishi Yagyavalk that I want to know who am I. I want to know what is meant by Brahma and how I am related with the Brahma and who is that Brahma. So Rishi Yagyavalk explains him in a very lucid manner that Brahma is originated from the Sanskrit dhatu, Brih dhatu. Brih means बढ़ाने वाला, one who expands himself. That is Brahma. And then Rishi Yagyavalk tells him, Aham Brahmasmi. I am Brahma, you are also Brahma, everybody is Brahma. So Brahma is everywhere, he explains. And the same thing, another Veda, if we talk about the Sam Veda, in Sam Veda, there is Chandogya Upanishad. In Chandogya Upanishad, that one Rishi, Aruni Kudalak, one Rishi. When we talk about the Guru Sisya Parampara, we always talk about the Dhamma Rishi and Aruni. That Dhamma Rishi, there was a great Rishi, and in the cottage of that Rishi, that Aruni used to be there when Aruni was very young himself. So one day what happened that it rained too much, and that Dhamma Rishi sent Aruni to go to the field and to see that water doesn't overflow from my land. So that Aruni went there and he could find that a lot of water is there. So just himself will lie down. And he became unconscious. And in the morning, when that Dhamma Rishi that saw that already not there, so just he was searching him and he found that he is unconscious. So he was so much devoted to his Guru. Then what happened that Guru Dhamma Rishi आशीर्वाद दे दिए गुरु अपने शिष्य को कि now I am telling you that you will acquire all sort of knowledge. So that was Aruni Udalak. And Aruni Udalak, when his son Shwetketu, he went to Gurukul to acquire the knowledge. But ultimately, he found that Aruni Rishi found that his son is still not, he has not still fully acquired the knowledge because he is having some sort of ahankar in himself. So he took him to a village area, and in that area he showed him different types of utensils made up of that sand or mud or something like that, a small pot, larger pot like that. Then that Rishi told his son that what is the element in that a smaller pot and larger pot and larger and different in different shapes, because all different shapes, they are known as different types of utensils. But what is the element in that? Then he told it is mitti, soil in all. So then Ardi told that his son Udalak that tat tvam asi. tat tvam asi. वो तत्व तुम हो, वो तत्व मैं हूं, और वो तत्व सब में है, and that तत्व is, that element is Brahma. That is Brahma. So likewise in all our Vedas, for example, if we go to the Rig Veda, and that Rig Veda, Aitari Upanishad, there is sentence Pragyanam Brahma. There also Rishi explains to the disciples that Pragyanam Brahma, that our consciousness, whenever we in bewilderness, we are unable to decide what to do, then we ask our consciousness that what is right, what is wrong. So something comes from our mind, then no, we should do this thing. So that is consciousness, that is pragyan. That is something beyond gyan, that is pragyan. So pragyanam Brahma. So likewise, all four Vedas, they have their four Mahavakya. That Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvam Asi, Pragyanam Brahma, and in Atharvaveda, Ayam Atma Brahma. That Atma, the soul, this is Brahma. And so, when everyone has that Brahma, and that Param Brahma is Parampita Parameshwar. So, there is a connectivity between this Brahma and the Param Brahma. So, Param Brahma and Brahma all are one, not two. And this is Advaita. This is darshan of Advaita Vedanta, that Param Brahma and Brahma both are same. We are the manifestations of the Param Brahma. And the same thing, Adi Sankaracharya also says that Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Mithya means what we see today, tomorrow is something different. What I am today, tomorrow that is different. But what is truth? Truth is that doesn't change with the time. And that is Param Brahma. So that is Adhyatmic knowledge which originated from our Vedas, and different types of texts were written, texts were created on that one. So that is that is in root of our Indian philosophy, Indian culture. Dravyesu lost what? Atmot sarvabhutesu yah pasyati sah pandita. Atmot sarvabhuteshu means the Brahma is in me, Brahma is in you, so all are like that. So it is not like that I am different and you are different. I am nijah parobeti garna lagu chetasam udar charita nam hetu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. So our philosophy is that the complete Vasudha, the complete universe is ours, our family, because same Brahma is in me, same Brahma in you. And the same philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, Swami Vivekananda ji propounded in 1893 in the United States, when he told, my dear American sisters and brothers, because all sisters are brothers of the same Parampita Paramashma, manifestations of the same. So that is our Adhyatmic philosophy, spiritual knowledge. Now, coming to worldly knowledge, that from the very beginning, when the universe originated and the human beings came, from this Indian soil, from Bharati, that concept of medicine, like Ayurveda, originated. And the concept of Ayurveda, that Ayurveda is not only a science, Ayurveda is a philosophy also. Because unlike allopathic science, that Ayurveda advocates that how we should live for more and more years and how can keep us healthy. So that is the fundamental principle behind the principle of Ayurveda, to keep ourselves healthy. Achar, Bihar, and many other things like that. So that is the concept of Ayurveda, to keep ourselves fit. And now how to keep healthy your body as well as your mind. That yoga. That yoga originated in India. And in all our Vedic scriptures, there have been descriptions about yoga. And here I would like to tell you just a story many of you might be knowing. Lord Parasuram, the guru of Lord Parasuram was Lord Shiva. So when Lord Parasuram, with worldly things, he was very much annoyed. So he went to Lord Shiva and he asked that, Guru, I want Brahma Gyan. To enlighten myself, I want to acquire Brahma Gyan. मैं Brahma Gyan प्राप्त करना चाहता हूँ. Then Lord Shiva told that before acquiring the Brahma Gyan, first you should see that your mind becomes pure. Means your character is built, that you should become sound in your mind, a state of mind, and for that you will have to follow Mahabrat. And those Mahabrat, yet it yum, he told, yum. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha. These are the 5 principles of yum. So Lord Shankar told Parsuram that to have your state of mind pure, you should practice ahimsa. Means you should not harm anybody. Even you speak ill of any person, that is also hinsa. So you have to follow ahimsa. Ahimsa, satya, truth, you have to follow. Ahimsa, satya, asteya, you should not steal anything. By wrong way, we should not acquire anything. Brahmacharya, brahmacharya you have to follow. And asangraha, asangrah, they say you have to, you have to earn money only up to that extent which you need. Otherwise, दान के रूप में दे दीजिए. Like that. So, ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, sangrah, principles of yum which Lord Shankar explained to Parsuram. And all those principles of young Maharshi Patanjali in his Yoga Sutra, he describes very well. In Ashtanga Yoga, Maharshi Patanjali describes the Ashtanga Yoga all yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, samadhi. All 8 principles, 8 limbs of yoga, Ashtanga Yoga. A yoga doesn't mean only dhyan and pranayam. So yoga means all these principles. So in our Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, in our Indian knowledge system, that purity of mind means building of character is very, 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 very important. A great nationalist, Mahamana Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, who built Banaras in the university, always he used to tell his students that character building is more important than knowledge empowerment. It has been said, Vidya Dadati Vinayam Vinyati Yati Patratam. Patratam Dhanma Punoti Dhanati Dharma Tata Sukham. To become a patra, supatra, that is very important. That if you are not a good human being and you are acquiring the knowledge, so that knowledge may become disastrous. So, that was about Ayurveda and about the yoga. Now, coming to other sciences, the various sciences like physical sciences, chemical sciences, and others. In Rig Veda, it has been described that Maharshi Atharva Rishi, he first described Agni, fire. And Agni he described with experimental proof is there. And he discovered Agni through 3 ways. First, by friction, घर्षण के द्वारा. किसी भी लकड़ी से लकड़ी में घर्षण के द्वारा, like that. So, friction. Second one, manthan in water. Now we call it hydroelectric power. And third one, from Ugar, means from inside the earth, like petroleum and other products. So 3 ways he discovered Atharva. Atharva Rishi was father of Dadhichi. We know Dadhichi Rishi very well. So, and in the Rig Veda, it has been mentioned that Agni is Samrat of all energies. Agni को ऊर्जा का सम्राट कहा गया. And that it has also been mentioned in the Rig Veda कि सूर्य, sun, अक्षय ऊर्जा का स्रोत है. स्रोत जो मिल रहा ऊर्जा का, that is from the sun. And it has also been mentioned in the Rig Veda that one form of energy, that all energy we can see different manifestations, even dhwani and other. Those are manifestations of Agni. So इसलिए Agni का वो सम्राट. And various instruments have been also described, like Vad Yantra, like that too. Dhwani. means sound, to measure the intensity of the sound. In the Rig Veda, that has also been mentioned about Gurutva, gravity. In the Rig Veda, as well as in Yajur Veda also, there is mention of gravity. Means, and it has been mentioned in Yajur Veda that the sun, due to its gravity, controls all different planets like Earth, Moon, and others. So, when we talk about the Gurutva, let us see one by one. There is mention of Gurut in Rig Veda, there is mention of Gurut in Yajur Veda, and later on, Maharshi Kanad. Maharshi Kanad was a great Indian philosopher and scientist who is also known as the father of atomic theory. And Maharshi Kanad in 600 BC, he was born in 600 BC, he wrote Vaisesik Darshan. So he was a philosopher as well as a scientist, both. In Vaisesik Darshan, in the second sutra of Vaisesik Darshan, he mentioned कि जतो अभ्युदय निश्रेयस सह धर्म. He defines that the dharma, what is dharma? The yato abhyuday nishreyas siddhi. It means all those duties due to which we can achieve greatness in this world, or nishreyas siddhi, and all those duties with which we can attain greatness in parlokik world. So that is धर्मा. मीन्स धर्म को कर्तव्य से जोड़ा गया है. वो हमारे कर्तव्य जिससे कि लौकिक जगत में हमको सिद्धि प्राप्त हो और पारलौकिक जगत में सिद्धि प्राप्त हो, वो धर्म है. धर्म को हमारे यहाँ कभी किसी पूजा पंथ से नहीं जोड़ा गया. तो धर्म सबके लिए है और सबके लिए वही धर्म है. सो महर्षि कणाद इन 600 BC he has mentioned, and Maharshi Kanad has also mentioned in Vaisesik Sutra that whatever I am mentioning in this one, this Vaisesik Darshan, all have been experimentally proved. Today, many persons, they ask that what is the proof of that one? We know very well that Vedas are Ananya Sadhya. Ananya Sadhya means we don't know any praman, any evidence, but what has been mentioned in the Vedas, because Vedas are aparusheya, that which man cannot just imagine, aparusheya. And Vedas ईश्वर की वाणी है. वेद हम मानते हैं, तो उस पर हमें कोई प्रश्न नहीं, उस पर कोई बात नहीं. But Maharshi Kanad in 600 BC, he mentions in Vaisesik Sutra that whatever I am writing, everything is based on our experimental evidences. So Maharshi Kanad in Vaisesik Sutra, he first of all, he tells that the matter is there, and we are going dividing the matter, and ultimate what we are getting that is atom, Paramanu. And he also mentions that when atoms, they condense together, then molecules are formed. So he was the first person, Maharshi Kanad. And after Maharshi Kanad, that in many texts, atoms and molecules have been mentioned. But we are being taught that in 1803, John Dalton gave atomic theory. See, 1803 AD and Maharshi Kanad 600 BC. More than 2200 years earlier than Dalton, Maharshi Kanad mentioned about that. And that Gurutva also, the Gurutvakarsan, the laws of gravitation. Maharshi Kanad in Vaisesik Sutra, he mentions Sanyoga Bhave Gurutvat Patnam. Texts are available, you can see anywhere. He mentions Sanyoga Bhave Gurutvat Patnam. Means anything falls on the earth when Sanyoga Bhave, when two things are connected and that they disconnect, so falls on the earth. So Sanyoga Bhave Gurutvat Patnam, and he gives another example also here on human beings, Sanskara Bhave Gurutvat Patnam. इस संस्कार के अभाव में जिस प्रकार पतन हो जाता है, ठीक उसी प्रकार संयोग के अभाव में, that is गुरुत्वाकर्षण. And Maharishi Kanad also mentions laws of motions also, 3 laws of motions, for which we are taught that Newton mentioned laws of motion in 1700 AD, and Maharishi Kanad in the text, he mentions that 600 BC. And about the Gurutvakarsan, that the gravitation, later on, that Aryabhat mentions in a very nice way about the gravitation. Brahmihir also mentions gravitation, and the full detail that in Bhaskaracharya in 1200 AD, Bhaskaracharya, he mentions about the laws of gravitation and details that how that he calculates also that how things fall on the earth, what is the gravitation of the gravitational pull of the earth, all those things. But that in Newton gravitational laws are in our text, what we read. So let us see some other examples also about Aryabhat. Aryabhat was born in 476 AD. Before Aryabhat, in Vedas, there are descriptions about Gurut, gravity. But Aryabhat was the first person who very nicely calculated the motion of the earth, motion of various planets, distance of one planet from the other. And Aryabhatta was the first person who established relationship between diameter and the circumference to 2 pi r, where r is the radius and 2 pi r is the circumference, paridhi. And the value of pi up to 4 decimal places. It was Aryabhat who calculated for the entire world. And it was Aryabhat who showed that 0 is not only a number, but 0 is in a philosophical sense. Many things. हम कहते हैं बिल्कुल शून्य है, यहाँ कुछ नहीं है. So Aryabhatta, he narrated for the first time that it should not be taken only a number, but 0 has great value in philosophical world. So it was the Aryabhat. Varamihir, in 600 AD, Varamihir was one of the 9 gems in the courtyard of Chandragupta Vikramaditya. And he was a great, Varamihir was a great astrophysicist. So the Varamihir, for the first time in the world, he showed that the shining of stars and moons, it is not of their own, but it is due to sun. And later on, that other scientists, after 100 years, and more than 1,000 years after Varamihir, they propounded such theory. Even was Aryabhatta, for the first time, Aryabhatta showed that the earth is round, moves on its own axis, and it moves around the sun. In 476 AD, the same thing, the Copernicus, after nearly 1,000 years after Aryabhatta, we know today that this is a theory that earth moves around the sun given by the Copernicus, but it was given by Aryabhatta and origin our Rig Veda and Yajur Veda, like that. Now coming to some chemical science, chemistry. Chemistry in that Rig Veda, it has been mentioned that there are various mantras by which one metal can be converted into other metal. By Sodhan and other, like, because in Ayurveda also it has been mentioned that whenever you are going to pluck any leaf or anything, you have to offer mantras, then only you have to take it. You have to worship that tree, then only you take it. So likewise in Rig Veda, various mantras are there, that when you are going to convert one metal into other metal, what mantra you have to follow. And in Rig Veda, it has been mentioned that Parad, that mercury, can be converted into various other metals through series of reactions. Nagarjun, who was born in 200 AD. He wrote many texts. He was a great Vaidya, Ayurvedic Vaidya. He wrote many texts, but one text, Ras Ratnakar, he wrote in 200 AD. And in Ras Ratnakar, he mentions that there are various ways of converting mercury into gold. And I am telling you, I am basically from Banaras Hindu University. If sometimes, you happen to go, there is Vishnath temple there. And on the first floor, it has been written that at this place, Mahamana Malviji, he called one Vaidya from Nagarjun Parampara, from the known as alchemist. And that secretary of Gandhiji, Mahadev Desai was also present there. So 1 kg of mercury, they gave him to convert it. And he converted 1 kg of mercury into gold. And that gold was sent to various laboratories in India. And it was 99.9% pure gold. So that was the technique, the technology which our ancient Veda, our ancient research had. But till now, we know only this much, that mercury has atomic number 80 and gold has atomic number 79. If you can take one proton from that, then we can get mercury into gold. But we do not have techniques even today that how to do that. So our ancient research, our scientists, they were so much deeply involved in the chemical sciences that sometimes earlier there was a question about the periodic table in NCERT syllabus. So we also wrote many articles that many thousands of years ago from the earlier from the Mendeleev, our scientists were so much competent that they were able to convert one metal into other metal, salts, one salts into other salts. So we were much ahead like that. So that is about the chemistry. If we take about any branch of science, for example, the medical sciences, we take. Medical sciences, I told about the Ayurveda, various philosophies of Ayurveda, principles of Ayurveda. Maharishi Sushrut, an icon in Ayurvedic science, a great surgeon. Maharishi Sushrut was born in 600 BC in Varanasi, Kashi. And Maharishi Sushrut, he wrote Sushrut Samhita, text of medical science, in 600 BC. And in that Sushrut Samhita, he mentioned about 1100 different types of plants and trees of medical importance, medical values. And he mentions in the text that whatever plants we can see in this universe, all plants have some or the other medicinal importance. And whatever diseases will be in the future, there will be cure in the nature. Now we will have to search those plants like that. And Sushrut, he mentioned about 300 different types of instruments used for the surgery. Many hundreds of operations he mentioned at that time. So in 600 BC, in the entire world, medical science was very much infancy. And at that time, our ancient Indian physicians, they were so much advanced. So, and it so happened, just one story I'm going to tell you. In 1916, when India, was not independent at that time under British rule, there was an industrial commission headed by one Chelmsford, that British government constituted that industrial commission, that what should be the industrial future of India. So, just incidentally, Mahamana Madan Mohan Malviya ji, he was also a member of that commission. So he challenged the very existence of that committee. He challenged that you Britishers, how you can decide what will be the future of that Indian industry. India is the country with where industries flourished even 3,000, 4,000 years ago. And we were exporting various types of steel items. We are exporting ships even better than British ships. So how you can teach us that what should be our industry, what is the form of our industry? And 80 pages he wrote note of dissent. that how in our industries flourished in Indian times. And later on, when India became independent, those note of dissent were taken by many universities in the course curriculum, what Malviyaji proposed at that time. So now it's very important because we are born in India. And the core philosophy of NEP 2020 is that we have to produce global citizens, but rooted in Indian culture. So we have to take pride in our Indian culture because it is very essential to understand our roots. Malviji used to tell your students that the purpose of this university is to produce high quality graduates excelling in science, technology, and many other disciplines. But more than that, it is important to produce such citizens whose character is very strong but remains rooted in our Indian culture. So that is very important that knowledge, we should acquire knowledge, we should acquire and we should become a global citizens to solve our local problem, national problem, international problems. But at the same time, we should be rooted in our Indian culture. We should have ethics that how ancient Indian scientists work together. Again, for example, the protection of the environment that in the Swasti mantra we have Banaspati Shanti, Apa Shanti, Antariksha Shanti, even Brahma Shanti. You want that Brahma also should also remain peaceful like that. So with such objectives, with such how we have to work. So whether we are working for the science, whether we are working in various other disciplines, it is essential that in all our curriculum of physics, chemistry, whatever disciplines, whatever inventions, discoveries have been made by our ancient scientists, we must read that. We must read it and they should be part of our curriculum. So it is very essential that we integrate our Indian knowledge system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, in various disciplines in our recent text, in our curriculum. So already through University Grant Commission, that curriculum, that what should be the curriculum in our Indian knowledge system, whether it should be in the capsule form also, that is because the many universities at Central University of Gujarat also, the 2 credit course in each semester compulsory, we are keeping for all students, where we are teaching Indian knowledge system, Indian values, Indian culture, Indian pride, everything we are teaching, so that our students should know our ancestors. कहा जाता है कि whenever, जब कभी भी आप बाण चलाते हैं, प्रपंचा बाण चलाते हैं, तो जितना पीछे जाएगा उतना ही आगे आपका निशाना करेगा. तो आपको अपनी पीछे के ज्ञान को भी जानना उतना ही जरूरी है. वो अपने को मजबूत करने के लिए जरूरी है, अपनी जड़ों को मजबूत करने के लिए जरूरी है. तो हम वैश्विक नागरिक की बात करते हैं तो जरूरी है कि हम भारत का प्रतिनिधित्व करें. Every country has its own language. Every country has its own heritage. So we are Indians. So we have to become Bharati. We have to understand the knowledge which has been created by our ancestors for many thousands of years. So we also should have essence of that knowledge in our curriculum, depending on our curriculum, in whatever disciplines may be. So I think we have taken that enough time, and I thank Satiji and all for providing me this opportunity to come over here and to share my thoughts with you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that is the unfortunate part. That has been unfortunate part. India got independence. I'm telling you just one example. We got independence in 1947. Before that, in 1857, Three universities were started in India. The beginning university system in India, 1857. Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. All three were affiliating institutions, degree awarding institutions, and most of the colleges were graduate colleges. And focus was on humanities, social science. Not much focus was on science, technology, and others. So three university, because that on the recommendation of Wood's dispatch from Britishers' angle, those universities were established. Next, the fourth university was established, Punjab University, Lahore, which is in 1882, and now it is Punjab University, Chandigarh. The fifth university started, Allahabad University, 1887. All were affiliating universities. The first person to go against the British system of education was Mahamana Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya ji, who started Banaras Hindu University in 1916. And his that Theya Vakya was, प्रसादात विश्वनाथस्य काश्याम भागीरथी तटे विश्वविद्यालयो श्रेष्ठोयम हिंदू नाम मानवर्धन. Because this is a country of Sanatan Sanskriti. सनातन संस्कृति में सनातन इटर्नल किसी एक आदमी के द्वारा ओरिजिनेट किया हुआ ये धर्म नहीं है. सनातन संस्कृति का धर्म तो इट इज सनातन, इट इज परपेचुअल एंड इट विल कंटिन्यू indefinitely. So we are born in this country, so we must be educated through our own system. And that's why Mahamana Malviya ji, Pratichi Prachi Kamil Sundar, means our ancient wisdom plus our latest knowledge. Both should come together, the synthesis. And whatever the students we are going to produce, students also should reflect a synthesis of knowledge, our ancient past, ancient wisdom, and then our latest knowledge, imbibing latest knowledge. So that is the reason that when Malviya ji established Banaras Hindu objectives, and first objective was to study the Hindu Dharma, Sanatana Sanskriti, all texts, and imbibe and then propagate. This is the first objective of the university. And second and third about the science, technology, social science, and fourth objective, that character building in the students through religion and ethics as integral part of education. That should be integral part of education. जैसा कि हमने कहा कि भगवान शंकर ने परशुराम से कहा कि आपको ब्रह्म ज्ञान सीखना है तो पहले अपने आत्मा को पवित्र कीजिए. पवित्र कीजिए तभी ज्ञान मिलेगा और तभी ज्ञान का उपयोग होगा. और वो आत्मा को पवित्र करने के लिए आपको यम, नियम, आसन, प्राणायाम, प्रत्याहार, धारणा, ध्यान, समाधि और यम के जो नियम है, अहिंसा, सत्य, अस्तेय, those are our values, those are our Indian values. So our students must imbibe. और आप लोगों को खुशी होगी जब NEP शुरू होने के बाद से जहां जहां यूनिवर्सिटी में, हम लोगों के भी यूनिवर्सिटी में होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन ये कोर्सेज शुरू किए गए हैं कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग के लिए, साइंस के लड़के ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट के साथ पढ़ रहे हैं क्योंकि उनको कोई पढ़ने का मौका नहीं मिला. वो शुरू से जड़ से कटे हुए हैं. शुरू से हम केवल फिजिक्स तो केवल फिजिक्स ही पढ़ाते चले गए, अंत तक आदमी बनना उन्होंने सीखा ही नहीं. स्वामी विवेकानंद said that the purpose of education is man making, purpose of education is nation building, purpose of education is character building. और स्वामी अरविंदो घोष ने भी कहा इंटीग्रल एजुकेशन, that whenever we are talking about the worldly knowledge, we must talk about the spiritual knowledge. So there will be integration, there should be integration of the two. So that he called integral education. And Malviya ji also, his philosophy was also like that. Malviya ji used to tell his students, Satyena brahmacharyena vyayamenaya vidyaya desh bhaktya atmatyagena sammanarha sada bhava. कि सम्मान के योग्य तुम तभी होगे सत्येन, सत्य का पालन करो, सत्येन ब्रह्मचर्येन, ब्रह्मचर्य का पालन करो, व्यायामेन मैंने व्यायाम करो बराबर, विद्या और विद्या उपार्जन बराबर करो, और देशभक्त्या आत्मत्यागेन, देशभक्ति की भावना सबसे बड़ी भावना है. देशभक्त्या आत्मत्यागेन सम्मानार्ह सदा भव, तभी तुम समाज में सम्मान के योग्य होगे. मालवीय जी की बनाई हुई अपनी, मालवीय जी आंसू कवि थे, तुरंत रचना कर देते थे. और हमारे यहाँ आचार्य चाणक्य थे. आचार्य चाणक्य का भी यही कहना था कि शिक्षक अपने दायित्व में तब तक सफल नहीं कहा जाएगा तब तक कि अपने हर छात्र छात्रा में राष्ट्रीयता की भावना का विकास न करे. So this nationality is very, very important, especially in our youth. जी. Okay.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार सर. We could see the curious and shining faces of the listeners while you were speaking. This could clearly show us that how impactful your words and voice was. Thank you so much, sir, for truly enlightening the lecture on the Indian knowledge system. Your insights have left us with much to ponder and reflect upon as we navigate the intricacies of our cultural heritage. We are immensely grateful for your presence here today, sir. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Now, as we continue our exploration into the realms of education and wisdom, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next distinguished expert, Sri D.P. Chaya sir, an esteemed scholar who brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to our seminar today. I would like to request Dr. Pooja Ahuja, Associate Professor, School of Forensic Science, to please come upon the stage to welcome and felicitate the speaker of today. Please, ma'am. Sri D.P. Chaya sir is currently Sri D.P. Chaya sir is currently an advisor to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of National Forensic Sciences University and former Director of Academic and General Administration at Nirma University. Sri Chaya sir brings with him a wealth of experience and expertise, and today he will be shedding light on the topic of utmost importance, that is NEP 2020 opportunities and challenges. Let us prepare ourselves for another enriching session as we delve into the future of education with Sri D.P. Chaya sir. He has vast academic and general administrative experience of 53 years. He started his career in the education department of Government of Gujarat and switched over to the university services and served different universities like Gujarat Agricultural University, Saurashtra University, Registrar of Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, etc. for 48 years. Also, Sir was the first registrar of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Open University and the registrar of Bhavnagar University. He was also the controller of examination of Gujarat University, and he has served first and newly constituted Nirma Education Sankul and then first private Nirma University for 20 years on different capacities like registrar, executive registrar, director, academic and general administration, and advisor. Sir has been to Canada to participate in the collaborative project of Canadian International Development, that is CIDA agency, and University Grants Commission, that is UGC. He was also in the USA to visit different universities for the interaction and exchange of views with officials and academicians under USIS exchange programs of US. The state government appointed Sir as a member of the committee to make uniform acts for all the university in the state and the member of state level advisory committee for NAC. He has also been to several countries in this regard. In addition, he had been a member of various other committee members and council constituted by the state government, AICTE, and other universities. Without further ado, let us give our undivided attention to Sri D.P. Chaya sir as he shares his expertise with us. Please, sir, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gate. Professor Purviben is not there. Other participants, teaching and non-teaching both. I was just looking at the nameplate of 7 people who were there on the dais. And the professor was attached to the names of 6 people, but not for one. That was, it was not a mistake. It was a really, it was not mentioned. Another part is on my front. They are academicians, teachers who are working for the society, for the upliftment of the youngsters. Another disadvantage to me is there is a generation gap. There is one generation gap is definitely, but there are some 2 generation gaps also between the participants and the speaker. So that is also one of the disadvantage on your part. The another thing is that my turn is last. Previously, 4 or 5 people have already said so many things for the national education policy. So if you come with some kind of preparedness, everything, sometimes it goes west because many of the things are already told by the previous speakers. Another, again, disadvantage is you are at the end of the session, people are hungry and they are very much eager to go for their lunch. So these are all these with disadvantages. I am going to speak. I will not bother you people much. So for NEP, general sum and substance of that particular NEP is already described by different speakers. According to me, the implementation is very important. I remember and I recall one incident where we were having a particular meeting with our former governor, Sri Koliji. I think Professor Guagate was also there. I do not know at the time of releasing my book at the Raj Bhavan. So governor said, he described one incident. He said that when the Kothari Commission report was submitted to the President of India, Dr. Kothari requested the President that you say something about this particular report. And the President at that time, Dr. Zakir Hussain, was there, and he said that I have got 3 words. One is implementation, second is implementation, and third is implementation. So many reports have, I'll go through the one slide where I have said that after independence, how many reports have come and how many national education policies are also published. So the implementation is very important. Now, who can implement? So implementation, according to me, who are the getting benefit out of this national education policy? Then students and the teachers. So without having active participations of the teachers in implementations of new education policy will not be successful. So that is one. Second thing is implementation is okay, but monitoring, whether we are going on the right path of implementations. And we start implementing it, and after some times, after an interval of a particular period, if you feel that this implementation is also required to be reviewed. And that's why the implementation, monitoring, and review of this implementation at all stages are also very much required. So implementation should be with heart. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education, it is said. So our heart should go there for the implementations. It is said that sabka sahkar, sabka prayas. If we have this particular kind of thing, then our national education policy will be successful more than 100%. Now I will come to the national education policy where I have to make a presentations. I recall one sentence made by the Chinese educationalist. He said that what is our education system and what academicians and teachers should do before starting any kind of program, academic program. He said we should ask 4 questions to ourselves. One is, what do we want students to learn? Why do we want students to learn? How do we want students to learn? And how do we know that the students have learned? I think the entire education system is centered to these particular kind of things. And our national education policy, the crux of that, there should be an outcome-based education. And that outcome-based education, if there is, then you can consistent quality, assured value, and sustainable growth, sustainable vertical growth. That is what you can get from out of this particular NEP. Now, what is learning? There is a difference between learning and teaching, right? So teaching, one of the commission appointed by the UNESCO has given 4 pillars of higher education. And those 4 pillars are learn to know. So there are different kind of instruments through which you can learn. The another is learn to do. And the most important 3rd pillar is learning to be. So you have to go on constantly learning. And the 4th is learn by living together. When you learn something in isolation, you are not getting something which knows by others. So if you know something, if you learn something in a group, then what you do not know, the other knows, you can get that particular thing in exchange of your knowledge. So that is what the in this say. Now the presentations of education, I will not give much because already said so many things by the previous speakers. I'll give just the gist of the national education policy. Then I will straight away go to the implementation phases and then the National Research Foundations, National Education Technology Forum, Academic Bank, and the last is curriculum and credit framework, which is now implemented by most of the university, which is now decided by the UGC also, and in turn the universities have implemented. One slide, important exercise undertaken after independence to restructure the education system. So appointment of committee and councils. The first committee which was appointed by the government of India immediately after independence, Dr. Radhakrishnan Commission. Our first vice president and the second president of India and he was scholar also, Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, and under his chairman, first commission was appointed. Then the Dr. Kothari Commission report. So Dr. Kothari Commission report also made certain kind of recommendations which were implemented in a major part. The Gajendra Gadkar Commission, the amendment in the constitutions of India. What is that amendment? The amendment is that education was in the state list. In the Constitution of India, there are 3 scheduled. One is the schedule which describes the subjects on which the government of India will frame the law. Another list is the subjects on which the state government would frame the law. And the third is the concurrent list where the state government and the government of India frame the law. Now, under that situation, up to 1974, the education was in the state list. But in 1974, a constitutional amendment was made, and the education has now become the subject of a concurrent list. That means that the state government also frame the laws for educations, and the government of India also can grow the growth. So that is also one of the major. Then formation of National Education Commission. Then formation of National Education Policy in 1968 or 69. Then formation of National Education Policy in 1986. Formation of amendments, certain amendments were made in the education policy of 1986 and 1992, Narasimha Rao, Dr. Gnanam Committee, Knowledge Commission, and Dr. Yaspal Committee. So these were the committees and council constituted by the government of India after independence. The state government, Gujarat state government also constituted Dongarkari Commission, Palejwala Committee, Sandilia Committee, the Ravi Mathai committees, and committee for making the Uniform Act. It would say modernizations of the University Act. Now, having this particular kind of exercise, the third exercise which was started after 2000 was the National Education Policy, which we are discussing now. The commission was appointed on 24th June 2016. Chairman was Dr. Kasturi Rangan, former chairman ISRO. The total member of the commission was 9. Report submitted on 31st May 2019. Total pages were 484. And this particular policy was approved by the cabinet of the central government on 29th July 2020. Which are the parts of the national education policy? In brief, if you have to see the fundamental principles of policy. That is one of the part of the policy: school education, higher education, other key areas of focus. That is also one of the part of the national education policy. Make it happen. That was subsequently added in this particular report, because that was also very important, that make it happen and way forward. These are the parts of the national education policy in total. Now, what are the fundamental principles of policy? The fundamental principle of policy on the basis of which the entire national education policy has been built up. And that is, one is recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of students. I will repeat: recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of the student, where you people are also have to play an important role. Flexibility, so that learners have the ability to choose their learning trajectories. Third is multidisciplinary and holistic education. Emphasize on conceptual understanding. Gokhaniya Gnan, no Gokhaniya Gnan, conceptual understanding. Creative and critical thinking. Ethics, human and constitutional values. Focus on the skill, communications, cooperation, teamwork, etc. Focus on regular formative assessment. Extensive use of technology in teaching learning process. Respect for diversity and for the local context. Full equity and inclusion. Synergy in curriculum across all levels of education. And the teachers and faculty as the heart of learning process. This is one of the very important the fundamental policy, fundamental element of this particular national education policy. I again recall the statement made by Dr. Radhakishan. He said that when the teacher ceases to be a student, he or she does not remain as teacher. So it is under third pillar of higher education, that learning to be, you have to go a constant learning for that entire career and entire life. Light but right regulatory framework. Or UGC secretary also said that light but right regulatory framework. Your regulatory framework should not create hurdles in the development of the educational institutions and also in implementing the national education policy in different directions of the growth of the educational institutions. Outstanding research. That is also one of the fundamentals of this policy. Continuous review. Rootedness and pride of India. Right. Dr. Dubey has already explained. Education is a public service. It's not a commercial organization, it's a public service. And sustain investment in a strong, vibrant public education system. These are the fundamentals of policy. Quickly we'll go what are the content of this education policy. Quality university and colleges. Quality universities and colleges, a new and forward-looking vision for higher education system. This is one chapter. Another chapter is institutional restructuring and consolidations, including the revamping the system and the pattern of universities also. The Gujarat government has already recently amended the acts of the public universities, and it is now being implemented. Towards a more holistic and multidisciplinary education. This is also very important that you cannot, as said, you cannot stick to a particular kind of profession. Suppose if you go for commerce, you should not, in addition to commerce, you have to learn so many other things. Optimal learning environment and support for students. Motivated, engaged, energized, and capable faculty. That is also a very important role, and therefore the national education policy has given a detailed recommendations for faculty improvement program. Different kind of faculty improvement programs they have said. Then equity and inclusion of higher education. Nobody can be excluded. Reimagining the vocational education. This is also one of the important things, that in the higher education system itself, you involve your vocational education system. For example, if you want to have a one-year certificate program, you have to go to the ITI, right? And then you get that particular professional certificate, or then you get this professional development, which is now imbibed under the pattern of higher education itself. Suppose if you complete a particular 1 year of a particular bachelor's degree program, you can earn a particular number of credit and get the certificate and get out. Similarly, if you complete 2 years, you can get, and you have got minimum 80 credits, you can get a diploma and then get out. So that is what is the system which we'll discuss. One slide is also there. Then equity, then National Research Foundation. This is also very important. I got one slide also for that. Teacher education, effective governance and leadership. Unless you have effective governance and effective leadership, it would be very difficult to make the growth of a particular kind of university or any institute of higher learning. Transferring the regulatory system. It should not be rigid, as we have discussed. Professional education. Promotions to Indian language, arts and culture. It should also be a part of curriculum framework with credit framework. Technology use and integration. Vocational education is an integral part of higher education, adult education, online and digital education. There are total 14 appendices along with the report. 6 are related to higher education. Implementation strategies are to be planned by the University Grants Commissions, all national regulatory bodies, universities, colleges, teachers and students, etc. Now, implementation phases. This is also worked out that in first 1 to 3 years, what will you do? That is short-term planning of national implementation of a national education policy. That is institutional development plan must all universities are having. The government of Gujarat made a campaign to have institutional development plan from all universities situated within the state. And most of the universities have sent their institutional diploma, this development plan. Integration of vocational and academic education, that is also in the first phase. Improving research and innovation is also in the first phase. University Grants Commission has already taken that particular steps, and we will discuss that also. Then promotion of Indian language system. Then internationalization, students, admission of international students, and you can have some kind of collaborations within foreign universities, and also foreign university can establish a particular campus in India. That step has already been taken. UGC has already issued, as our UGC secretary said. Then academic bank of credit. That also we are going to discuss. Then blended teaching mode with seamless integrations of technologies. That is also one of the important things. Multiple entry and exit system, multidisciplinary program in High Institute of Higher Education, making academic resources available through common facilities and collaborations. So suppose some university does not have that kind of facilities, but other universities are having. For example, KCG, Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, they are also creating certain kind of common facilities where the teacher or the student of any university can go there and avail the facility, common facility of that particular field. And students' assistance and support, there also will have to develop a particular kind of strategy. Phase 2, that is midterm, 4 to 6 years. Within 6 years, what are you supposed to do between 4 to 6? Multidisciplinary education and research universities, which is called MERU, right? Multidisciplinary education and research universities. These kind of universities will be established in India by the state government. Enhancement in GER. So, and students enrollment renewal, which is already discussed by the Secretary UGC. Accreditations and graded autonomy. That is also discussed by, so the accreditation norms are also going to change, and in fact, it is already changed. Examination reform. That is also important. And then the standard of procedure, which is now published, there is an entire system of evaluations is also described in that particular SOP. Our education system should not be examination oriented, but as the previous speaker said, it should be knowledge oriented. And how to make it knowledge oriented, and that's why your entire evaluation system is required to be changed. And that is what the model is to be developed. And that is also that. I will say I have visited many foreign universities in Canada, USA, UK, etc. I have not seen any kind of examination section in these foreign countries. No universities are having examination sections, because the teacher who teaches should evaluate the performance of the student. That is the evaluation system in the universities where I have gone, right? So that is also one of the things. Excellence in faculty recruitment, promotions, and capacity building. That is in the second phase. Second phase, we'll have to have this. And the long-term planning, long-term implementation, phase 3, that is between 7 to 10 years. Autonomous degree granting colleges. At present, as per the UGC, no college can grant a degree. Only universities can grant a degree. But there is a provision under the National Education Policy, and what is to be done? autonomous degree granting colleges. More and more autonomous degree granting colleges will be given powers to award the degrees. At present, there are many autonomous colleges, but these autonomous colleges do not have powers to give the degrees. They have got academic autonomy. They can have their own syllabus, they can have their own teaching scheme, they can have their own examination system, but they cannot award the degree. They have to award the degree with the university with whom they are affiliated. De-affiliation of colleges, that is in the third phase. Now colleges will slowly be de-affiliated, and that will be degree granting colleges. Subject to certain kind of scrutiny and the accreditation process, the colleges will be de-affiliated to another. It means what? All universities will have their own established colleges and institutions. At present, affiliating universities are having their postgraduate departments, but they are not having their undergraduate program under the university. I'm talking about the public university particularly in any state. But here it is said that no colleges will henceforth, after this particular third phase is implemented, no affiliations, no further affiliation, even the existing affiliated colleges will be de-affiliated. Amendment to the University Act on Governance. So that is also important. It should be read with right and light regulatory force. And that's why to give more and more autonomy to the educational institutions, that will also be required to be done, and that will be done in the third phase. Now, initiatives taken by whom? So, Ministry of Human Resource Development, that ministry has already taken certain kind of the actions. University Grants Commission, state governments. State governments has also taken decision. The implementation phases, they have already, this was the implementation phase given by the state government. Curriculum and credit framework, standard of procedure. Then the initiations for devising the curriculum and the credit framework in professional colleges, that is engineering, etc. All India Council of Technical Education has also worked, and they have come with a kind of a strategy. I've seen recently the Pharmacy Council of India is also working on that. And similarly, the Bar Council of India. So all these particular agencies are working on that particular implementations of new education policy. Now, one of the important part of the policy is NETF, National Education Technology Forum. So this particular forum as an autonomous body is already constituted. There is autonomous body to provide platform for free exchange of ideas on use of technology. Second is to provide independent evidence-based advice to agencies on technology-based intervention. Third is to build intellectual and institutional capabilities in educational technology, to articulate new directions for research and innovations, to maintain regular flow of authentic data from multiple resources, and to envision strategic thrust area in domain. These are the main things, but there are so many other things which the National Educational Technology Forum is supposed to do. Here, where the researchers, particularly from faculty, etc., can take a very important benefit from this particular kind of forum when we are conducting a research. Anusandhan Research Foundation. The National Education Policy has said that there should be a National Research Foundation. So most important step which the government of India has taken is this. They have created under this particular Anusandhan Research Foundation is created under the law passed by the Parliament in August 2023. This is most important part. Again, it is also related to research, and those who are involving in research, they can get much benefit out of this particular thing. Now, another important part is that president of this foundation is Prime Minister himself. The president, the chairman of the governing body of this particular foundation is the Prime Minister himself. So you can imagine that what kind of importance has been given to this particular foundation. Now, what are the objects of this? Some of the objects I have said, prepare roadmap for short-term, medium-term, and long-term research and development in the country as a whole. That is, it is already constituted in August 2023, and now it is gearing up to implement different kind of objects. Another object is seeding, growing the facilities for research, facilitating the research, funding competitive research proposals. Now you can prepare your research proposal, you can send to them. They will also, if it is potential, then it will also be approved by this particular funding agency. Assistance in setting research infrastructure. Suppose in many universities, particularly the private universities, are facing difficulties in establishing the infrastructure for the purpose of research. So if there is potential, then these kind of universities and Institute of Higher Learning also can get some kind of funding for the development of infrastructure for research. And not last but the least is creating research ambience. They are planning to arrange different kind of programs and different kind of strategies to create ambience in the research throughout the country and through the university and Institute of Higher Learning. Academic Bank of Credit. Certain extent it is already described, but I'll give you the most. What are the objects of this Academic Bank of Credit? Enabling students' mobility across higher education institutions. Suppose some student has studied 1 year in a particular university. If he has earned a particular requisite credit at the end of 1 year, he can take exit from that particular university. He can take some kind of interval, or even the second year, he can join the other universities also from the second year. This particular credit earned in the first year or second year, or the third semester or the fourth semester, these credits will be transferred to the universities where he is going to go further. So that is also there. Virtual digital storehouse, which contain the informations of credits earned by individual student throughout her learning journey. So this particular, it is going to be a digital. Any person, any university, any institutions, any parents would like to see that how many credit in a particular course the student has earned, that will be easily accessible on the digital platform. Students can accumulate credits from prior learning which can be used for further studies. That is also there. Give multiple options for entering and leaving institutions on their choice, which I have already told. Digitally stored with digital unique number for each student. Each student will be given unique number so that that particular students will be identified as that particular unique number. Give multiple options to the students for entering or leaving institutions on their choice. Then help in seamless integrations of skills and experience to a credit-based system. It is a multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach which we are going to take in different kind of universities and institutions. So if somebody has earned a particular credit and if he wants to transfer it to multidisciplinary benefit of the credits earned there in one institution, and he can go further. Students, at present, the student registered is 29.18 crores on this particular platform throughout India, right? How many? 29.18 crore students are already registered for this. 1855 institution have registered for this particular platform. And 5.75 lakhs academic records are already uploaded. So these 45.78 lakhs students credits earned are already available on this particular platform. And this particular initiative is taken by the Ministry of Electronics and Information. It's not working. Chalo. Okay. The last is curriculum. The features of grants commissions in December 2002 came with a detailed curriculum framework and the credit framework. Most of the universities have already implemented this particular framework from the academic year 2023-24. And what are the important aspects taken into considerations for this framework? Flexibility to move from one discipline of study to another. Flexibility. Opportunity for learners to choose the courses of their interest in all disciplines. Facilitating multiple entry and exit options, UG certificate, UG diploma or degree depending upon the number of credits earned, that is 3 years and 4 years. Then flexibility for learners to move from one institution to another to enable them to have multi and or interdisciplinary learning. Flexibility to switch to alternative modes of learning, that is offline, ODL, and online. The learning and hybrid modes of learning. That is learning in hybrid. Hybrid means you can have classroom, you can have practicals, you can have classroom teaching, you can have some kind of modules online, and then you can get the credit. Now this is the structure. This is perhaps important, and perhaps we'll have to explore possibilities up to what extent we can adopt this particular kind of structure. Structure is, this is a credit structure. What is credit structure? Major. In all institutions, in all courses, there should be a system of having major and minor. So major core is 60 for 3 years program, 80 for 4 years program. So you will have to earn 60 credits for 3 years program, 80 credits for 4 years program. Minor, 24 credits the student is supposed to learn and 32 credits for 4 years program. Multidisciplinary credits are also there. You have these particular credits, but you will have to give an option or the menu of particular subjects which are multidisciplinary to the students. And students will opt out of this particular courses, and they are supposed to study and supposed to earn 9 credits for 3 years and 9 credits for 4 years. Ability enhancement courses, right? Which is called a AEC. So ability enhancement courses, again menu, 8 credits, 8 credits. Then skill enhancement courses, skill enhancement, right? Which we have also, the previous speakers have already done, 9 and 9. Value-added courses common for all UG program. Value-added courses, 6 to 8, 6 to 8, right? So value-added courses means what? Can anybody say? So there are many value-added courses, and you have to have that particular course, and you will have to earn You can have 6 credit or you can have 8 credits, but the student is supposed to earn this particular kind of credits. That is multidisciplinary and skill development, value-based education, so all these things are covered in this particular kind of credit framework. Then summer internship. Summer internship is 2 to 4 credits, 2 to 4 credits. You will have to have summer internship at the end of every year. Research projects and dissertations. For 3 years program, there is no dissertations or research project, but those who are opting for 4 years program, they will have to have 12 credit for research projects and dissertations. Now, honors students not opting for research, then they will have to have 3 courses for 12 credits other than research projects or dissertation. Now, this is the frameworks of credits for 3 years and 4 years program. Structure of courses. The NEP has also said that which can be the structure, right? So, lecture, that is one of the component, tutorial, practicum and laboratory work, seminar, internship, studio activities, field practice projects, and community engagement and service. This should also be covered in that particular your teaching scheme. And all these, except perhaps lectures, all these things should be a continuous evaluations. For lecture, you may have a semester end examinations. So at present, if you see any kind of model which is being implemented in most of the good universities, that 60-40. 60 is a continuous evaluations, 40 is a semester end examinations. So this kind of arrangement is also required to be done under this structure. So here I will stop my UG. One more slides. UG certificates mean exit after 1 year, provided the students has earned 40 credits plus 4 credits during summer. So our syllabus and module of syllabus should be framed in such a way that students at the end of 1 year can complete one module of 40 credits and can go away. The state government has made certain kind of changes up to 10%. If you see the state government's curriculum, which was published in July 2022, it is said that for each year, there should be a 44 credits, 88 credits at the end of second year, 132 credits at the end of third year, and plus 44 credits at the end of 4 years. So while devising the syllabus and teaching scheme, this particular thing is also required to be kept in mind. Another important part is when you start any kind of UG program, irrelevant with this particular kind of pattern, then we'll have to keep it in mind that if we start an independent UG certificate program, then the credit should be 40, not less than 40, and it should be minimum 1 year. So that there cannot be a problem about equivalence of that particular undergraduate certificate. Similar is for the diploma, exit after 2 years, provided 80 credits are earned, plus 8 credits during summer vacation. After 3 years, 120 credits are earned, and after 4 years, 160 credits are earned. So this is other things I will not discuss because it is already discussed and the time is also over. And that's why this is the sum and substance of the curriculum framework, credit framework, research mechanism through a National Research Foundations, then the institution, Education's Technology Forum is already there, Academic Bank also we have discussed. So we are stopping here for this particular presentation. I have got another slides also. If anybody wants, it is already there in that, they can avail the remaining part of that particular presentation. Thank you very much. Any question?
That NEP gives a whole array of possibility. And according to the need and requirement, one can opt for the possibility which can implement.
You are right, but at the same time, the UGC and NEP also says that you cannot have any kind of planning in air. You must have a phases of implementations. Which thing you will implement in this particular group of years, which will be done in the second part, which will be done in the third part. And second thing is that, first of all, the courses like forensic science, etc., you will have to explore the possibilities up to what extent you can do that. That is also an important part.
Exactly.
Yeah.
60 are coming from the core courses and 60 are coming from the other elective. Now, for the traditional courses like of physical sciences, chemical sciences, and other management, a specific area or domain they can play with. On the contrary, forensic science is a very versatile, very interdisciplinary, and very dynamic in nature. As for that was solution, how much leverage any case you can take in order to keep these core courses on the higher and keeping the all relative elective on the relatively lower side.
You see, there are certain kind of solution up to certain extent. I would not say it is 100% solution, but there are multidisciplinary credits. Now, when you go for multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary subjects, you can correlate your major and minor with these particular interdisciplinary subjects, and then you can decide the total number without affecting the merit of your core courses. So core courses might be having certain kind of requirement to have interdisciplinary approach. So that also you can do that. What we did in Nirma, Professor Gate is already there. See, when suppose some student is learning in engineering, he is studying in mechanical engineering, and he has got his own core courses. He has got his own electives, but it was compulsory for them to take a subject of institutional elective, which was supposed to be a 4-credit course. Institutions means mechanical engineering students will have to take the course of civil engineering, computer, or electrical, something like that. Mechanical engineering students, right? Similarly, they were supposed to take 4-credit course of university elective. University elective of 4 credits. That can be from Institute of Law, there can be from Institute of the Management, there can be of the Institute of Pharmacy, and any institutions which you can have it. So this kind of arrangement up to certain extent can be, but the basic spirit of this particular diversification of educations in different disciplines, particularly the Indians' knowledge system, that we'll have to imbibe some way in our curriculum and the teaching scheme.
Here, how much you are ready? Because if you are talking to the transdisciplinary courses and transdisciplinary involvement of the student, maybe the School of Foreign Science student will take a law course, then law course will take an engineering course. How are you going to cope these things into the next week? Because in July or August, if I implementing, how much you are ready for that?
NEP is first, your curriculum to be
There will be no confusion as far as maybe transparent.
Now you can have one solution also. When you conduct the assessment system of those particular courses, you may not have semester end examinations. You can have your internal assessment also. Even for teaching, you may not have a physical teaching. You can have online teaching. There are modules available on different kind of platforms. They can avail of this particular kind of requirement, and then they can go for it. the assessment also can be done on that particular platform also. There is a system available. No, that is why the implementation strategy, up to what extent it can be implemented, in which way it can be implemented, that is to be discussed by the faculties, board of studies, etc., etc. Everything cannot be finalized here. This particular food is to deliberate and discuss and decide. It's not that everything is possible and everything is to be done. We'll have to explore certain kind of possibilities and then deliberate with people, and then you come to a kind of a conclusion.
What will happen to UGC and the AIC?
That it is already there. The Higher Education Council they are going to have. UGC will be there or not there. It is again, that is what the UGC secretary says, right? So there will be there will be a separate act, which is there is a Higher Education Council, and the UGC in the existing format may not be there. And it is Higher Education Council comes, then they will have a different kind of objects, different kind of the functions. So at present, it is difficult to say. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A profound thank you to Dr. D.P. Chaya sir for that incredibly insightful lecture. Your expertise and dedication to your field have truly enriched this seminar today, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to refuel both our minds and body. Now it's time to take a break for the lunch. I request all the faculties and invited delegates to proceed for the lunch at International Guest House. And please remember to gather back at 3:15 p.m. as we resume our seminar with new vigor. Thank you all and enjoy your lunch.
season, I would say, or the time is known as VUCA 2.0 world. And then this situation has taught us so much to us. And that's the reason that in this VUCA 2.0 world, what we call is this is an Anthropocene era. It is an geological era wherein we are responsible for our actions. We need to understand why we need to change the higher education spectrum all of a sudden. What has changed along with the higher education spectrum? So that's the reason I'm discussing about. We live in the Anthropocene world wherein we are responsible for each of our actions. We are responsible for the plastic usage, we are responsible for the carbon emission. We are responsible in this Anthropocene world. The human are responsible. This is an age of disruption. We call it an innovations. And so this is an age of disruption. And most important thing, all the managed professionals, they used to say that ROI kya hai, return on investment. Now this ROI has been changed into return on involvement. What level of involvement you are having in all these activities around you, including involvement of yourself with your own life. So ROI has changed its position, its ideology to return on involvement. And the most important thing in all these HR practices and in all these corporate world also, what is more important is human first. How, and that is how the whole narrative has come with work-life balance. Is not very important who is working harder or who is earning more money. Is more important who is leading a quality life, and how do you find a balance. Is not something so qualitative versus quantitative. And then how do you put your human element first, and how do we more what you call more empathic towards the people around you. That has become a great concern in the post-pandemic world. And that is how ideas are new currency. That's what I said. And this is how, one idea can change the world around you. All these startup ecosystems, incubations, everything that comes from the new ideas. And this is how the whole what you call they call the strategies and the policies even of the government is something, if students have an ideas, how to promote the ideas. So idea generation has become the most essential functions of all these higher education institutions and even in the corporate world. I've never heard, probably you must have also heard, I've never heard before few decades wherein corporates are engaging in their thought process, in dissemination of the knowledge, dissemination of churning the new ideas. Wherein now you must have seen in so many corporates, wherein first hour is someone when every employee will come together and will discuss new ideas, and they are investing in the development front of their employees. So all these things is something which is changing the ecosystem that is around us, and that definitely impacts the higher education as well. I can't change this if you can. Yeah. So one of the major stakeholder when we talk about higher education system, one of the major stakeholders are our students. Now, the students to whom we are dealing with, they are not millennials now. Now, millennials are replaced with Generation Z and then Generation Alpha and Generation Beta and all kind of a new generation, Earlier generation gap you used to find between between two siblings, if it is 10 years, is a Generation Z. Now 5 years is also now the Generation Z, which you can find in the 3 years. So the gap is getting really minimized, and we deal with Generation Z. And now these Generation Z, who are they? We need to understand their characteristics with the students whom we are dealing every day with as a teacher. And if we just go to the class and directly engage with the teaching learning process without understanding their psyche, what are their aspirations, what are expectations, who they are, from where they come from, without understanding them, if we deploy our pedagogy, we may not be able to achieve the desired outcome that we really want to see. So these Generation Z, they are self-reliant. They really want to do everything at their own. They want to be self-reliant. They desire to create their own solutions. They don't share their problems so much. They really try to find out, they are into themselves, not much into sharing their concerns to people. Their awareness about the world and about them is very clear. What do I like? What do I don't like? What are the things that I required? So their I mean, compared to the earlier generations, their understanding about themselves and their understanding about the others is very, very clear. And what is the most expectation? We are the generation, at least I'm the generation wherein we used to say that, there is in Gujarati, I don't know how many of you are Gujarati, look at Soti Vage Cham Cham and Vidya Ave. So, like, if you have a stick, if the more the teacher would, punish you, you will be more refined human being. That was a kind of a notion that was being built in our mindset. But now they said, no, these generations said their expectation of respect एंड को एक्सिस्टेंस आप टीचर हुए तो क्या हो आप मुझे डांट नहीं सकते हो आपने ऐसे कैसे मुझे बोल दिया कि बाहर चले जाओ go out of my class he'll feel insulted so their expectation is much more you may be the great teacher but if you're not respecting this generation Z they'll not respect you their expectation of respect and coexistence irrespective of their age आप बोलो कि मैं तो इतने मैंने बहुत दिवाली देखी है होली देखी है वॉट देखा है मैं 50 साल का हूं तुम आजकल के आए हुए तुमको क्या पता है Yes, उसको नहीं पता होगा. But no matter if you are 50 or you are 60 or 70, does not give you any kind of a right to disrespect my dignity. That is the major expectation of this generation. And that is how we need to understand the characteristics of the people, I mean, the students whom we are engaged with. So what do they expect? So now these are the generation, they need three things. Freedom. It's all into the freedom, autonomy, and space for learning. They don't want to be confined into the four classrooms or into some, they want to know it's not something, in our days, if we, I mean, at least in my days, I don't know, I mean, but then, that whatever the teacher used to tell us, we need to jot it down, we feel that whatever teacher says, that is going to be the Brahma Vakya, it's the only Gyan we are going to get. We need to take down all the notes. And if I want to pass in the exams or I want to get a good grades, I need to reiterate the same thing, what the teacher is telling me. And we believe that if I get a good marks and good grades, then only I'm going to get a respectable job. That is how our all cascading effect of our entire mindset. But then today is not something, if you are not teaching or is not focusing in your class, it's okay. You go to the Google and you'll learn much better than what I am telling you. I mean, as a teacher. Right, so what do they need? They need a freedom, autonomy, and space in learning. So that's the reason that what we should do, we should make them the part of the solutions that we are offering. We need to engage them in the active learning process. It's not something what I say and you just listen. Make them the partner in the teaching learning process. Make them engage in the learning process, and it doesn't come with the chalk and talk and the PPT kind of a presentation which I'm also making. It always comes with a lot of learning is a constructive process. Learning is a dialogic process. Unless and until dialogue happens, unless and until deliberation happens, learning does not emerge. And then experiential learning, we can't teach only from the textbook and the reference book and the journals in the classroom. That's what the new education policy, when it talks about the skills and the internships and dissertations and community engagement work and all these kind of things which it talks about, is all about let students to be exposed to the real world. Unless and until they face the realities of the life, how they are going to equip the kind of a skill set. I may be a great human being, I mean, I may be the gold medalist, but I don't know how to assess a human being. I know only the textbooks and all these equations and everything. So the most important thing is experiential learning. So on-field training, experiential learning, clinical approach, and wide exposure to the outer real world is something which is very, very important. And this is how today, I think our UGC secretary, when he referred the document of the innovative pedagogies and assessment, which I immediately shared with Dr. Bhargav, Dr. Satish and all, we can widely circulate amongst all the faculty members. It talks about the same thing, that how do you assess their real life interactions, the students' real life interactions, which is also very, very vital. And then another aspect of this, can you switch off the, yeah. The another aspect is that what do they need? They need three things. They need that why I should come to your class at 9 to 10. I don't have a mood to study a particular subject at 9 to 10. Can you create a flexible timetable? Why I need to study only all these 6 papers which my teacher or my dean is imposing on me. I may not have an interest. And let me have a liberty to choose the courses. Let me have a liberty to choose my time slots to study the courses. Let me my why it is a 3 year course. Why I need to complete the course in 3 years? Let me have a liberty to complete the course in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Or at the same point in time, I'm in what you call, I'm a student who really want to put in extra efforts. Then why you need 3 years course? Why I need 3 years to complete 3 years course? I may complete in 2 years. We have seen all these examples with the great mathematicians and scientists that at the age of 18 years become like this, 19 mein ye kiya. So why we are not conversant? If the student says that, let me complete my second year and third year, I'm ready to take up all the courses, I'm ready to take all these, what you call, the courses, and I'm ready to give the exam. You conduct the classes if you want to conduct. If you want my attendance, conduct the classes. I'll give the exam and I'll clear this. So this is something which it's so difficult for us to, accept and, imbibe, because we have that traditional mindset. So this is what is all new education policy talks about, because the things around us is changing drastically. And that's the reason that we need, different kind of things. And what do they need? They need stress-free, competition-free, and holistic learning environment. That the Goethe, the German philosopher, has said that, in this world, everyone wants to be like somebody. No one wants to grow. Why our student need to be like a gold, the topper of the class? Let the student grow in his own way. So the competition free, stress free environment, and and what they need is they need a gentle nurturing of the affective domain of learning. Most of you may be aware of learning, cognitive, affective, and what you call is the psychomotor skills, right? So we focus more on cognitive aspects of learning, but then the affective domain of learning, how to sharpen their affective learning skills, or rather, the most challenging task is how to assess their affective learning skill sets is something is very difficult for a teacher also to prepare a rubric for that effective domain of learning. So these are the expectations of these new age learners, and this is something, these expectations are being fulfilled in the new education policy to a great extent. So this is just, I wanted to give the rationale. Now, the fundamental principles that you have seen in the morning, that is accessibility, quality, equity, affordability, and accountability. And accountability comes from the outcome-based education, because outcome-based education is one aspect with the national education policy is talking about. That, whether we are, like suppose I'm running a BSc LLB course, or I'm learning a BBA MBA course, whatever the course that as a course coordinator or a program coordinator or as a dean, I'm offering this course. What is my vision for this course? What is the vision? What are the objectives? What the students would learn? Why the students should learn this different or get admission into this program? And after learning, what are the outcomes that I really want to see in my students at at the end of 3 years or 5 years or whatever the duration of the program? So the clearly definitive outcome is something is very difficult to is spell out. So, and before the students take admission, they need to be aware that if I will study this course, this is an outcome which this university is expecting me, or is giving some kind of guarantee to get this outcome. They will have all kind of processes of teaching, learning, assessment, and other holistic co-curricular and extracurricular activity, doing everything, be there in the campus and for 3 years or for 5 years. And if I obey all these things, what they say, this is the outcome that I'm going to get, or this is the refinement that what I visualize in me as a person. That's what the students should be clearly well aware of. So accountability is also a very important aspects that is being covered in nowadays in all the ABET accreditation and NBA accreditations and things like that. I'm not taking much of your time on this. Yeah. So the Vision 20, these are also the points which I think Chai sir and others also must have discussed, that they said the discontinuation of the fragmentation of the higher education increase, the gross enrollment ratio, that what we are looking at 50%. Now, why? When we used to say that, this everyone, the higher education would begin only when you enroll in your what you call your graduation course. Graduation course is the generally used to be 3 years. Not necessarily. I may have a liberty to get exit at the end of first year. I don't want to continue with the second year. I want an only diploma. Let me use the diploma skills in the real world. Let me, and that is something, this model is already available. Professor Satish Kumar would agree with me, in Germany and some of the other European countries also. No one comes for the college, for the university immediately after the +2 or after the high school. They would say, why? I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm good at it. And that's the reason that what I would do, I would take few courses, then I'll go to the field, I'll take up some jobs, and then I'll see that what are the things that I really like, and then subsequently I decide my career path, what I really want to pursue. So these flexibility, that is something which is introduced, and that helps us. Earlier, if you look at the 12th 5-year plan, in the 12th 5-year plan, we already discussed that we really wanted to have a gross enrollment ratio up to 33%. That was a plan which we could achieve up to 31%. But now these NEP talking about GER up to 50% because we have a different fragmented pathways of higher education. The other aspect is also that when we have a greater agenda and a vision for Viksit Bharat. 2040 year, we really want to beat Germany, want to be acquire the third largest economy of the world. So how I'm focusing more, how the all higher education institutions focusing more on the skill India aspects, and is not only what our honorable vice chancellor very rightly said. Knowledge is not important. How we are going to execute this knowledge is how we are demonstrating is this knowledge for the greater good in the society is something which is very important, and that's what this vision is also talk about, that multidisciplinary exhibition of the skills in the graded autonomy way. Now, this is also very interesting. As an educationist, I have seen that earlier NEP, we have really come back to our root when we used to go like Gurukul system. Remember the Gurukul system, we all used to go to our Gurudev. We in the sense in those days. And then there was no chemistry, physics, biology, mathematics, and this and that. They were being there, and then they were learning all the kind of life skills and the governance skills, life skills, all the scientific temperament, all the sciences, how the things work around them, and they all live by experiencing those things, and nothing like in the syllabus fragmentation. But now, and then we said, then subsequently we realized that this is something which is very difficult to define, and then that's the reason that we need to we need to create semester and the courses and the specialization and semi-specialization and super specialization and all these things. We have divided the knowledge. Ideally, knowledge is one. Knowledge should always interact with each other. That's the reason that this is a kind of an argument. I distinctly remember when NBA and IIT has started this kind of move in 2013, 2014, wherein they have introduced the humanities courses to the great extent in their BTech program, there was a lot of huge hue and cry. What I'm doing, what the engineering are going to do with the humanities courses, why they are studying sociology, why they are studying anthropology, why they are studying, what is the importance of economics to the engineers or sociology for the engineers? But then this is only engineering knowledge is not enough. Ultimately, this knowledge they have to apply for the society for the greater good. So understanding the society and the social sciences and humanities course is also equally important. And then now of lately, almost 30% of the courses in the engineering schools also now the humanities courses. So now earlier it was a free knowledge in those Gurukul days. Then we have divided them into different sectors. And now again, we are coming to the multidisciplinary. So that is how, we say that the life is a full circle. We come to the full circle and we realize what we have come through. And then, yeah, can we go to the next previous slides? Previous one. So the research part, as I said in the morning also, it's not something, I mean, I was also a teacher and I'm still a teacher, and I've also taken 16 hours classes, and I know that what is an expectation of teaching and research, because we believe that teaching एक काम है और research एक काम है. Like teaching is you are a teacher is one silo you are working, you're a researcher, you're working in another silo. We are never being trained that teaching and research are all aligned activity. What I research, I teach. What I teach, I research. How do I teach for research and how do I research for teaching? Is all integral process. And that's the reason that we have fragmented research as a separate activity. बोले research publication क्यों नहीं है? अरे क्या करे 20 लोड है 20 का लेक्चर है तो कहाँ टाइम मिलता है लिखने का. That is what I mean. There's a very easy and very convincing justification all we used to give, but then something we are grossly lacking in the skills of integrating these two different activities. And yes, internationalization is we already discussed. So, as a part of NFSU, I promise Professor Satish Kumar that I won't take more than 30 minutes. We know that we are running really behind of time. So, I'm not discussing roadmap. I have discussed the BSc MSc का schedule भी बनाया है, but we'll discuss at the other time in the second workshop. So roadmap, what we really intend to do is, we all will sit together. It's not something if we are discussing BSc, MSc, forensic science ka curriculum, and BBA, MBA faculty will not sit or BTech, MTech will not sit. We all will sit together because knowledge is one. We really want to do a multidisciplinary aspects. We all will showcase all these courses. Like we'll have on first side, we'll have a BSc, MSc ka first semester ka courses, which is an existing one. On the others, I mean, other parallelly BTech, MTech ka first year, parallelly BBA, MBA ka first year, and if required, what you call BA, MA, criminology ka first year, all these, first of all, the undergraduate courses that we are dealing with, we will discuss this thing, putting all these courses on one side, and we'll discuss with reference to the kind of a credit which is required as a core discipline courses, and then the skill-based courses, as per the mandate of NEP, and whatever the liberty we could take within that mandate, we will sit together. We'll have our nodal officers from each school, at least one nodal officer from each school and one nodal officers from each campuses as well. And then we'll have a real brainstorming workshop kind of a sessions, and then we'll design our curriculum. The curriculum is not enough, but after designing the curriculum, how do we integrate and how do we adopt the innovative teaching pedagogies and assessment? And how I'm going to discuss my continuous evaluation, or what we call as a mid-semester in term assignments. How the term, because assessing and designing our term assignments is also very important aspects. What is my assessment rubrics of my term assessment? I just give the simple example. We have a presentation. Most of the term assignments in one of the component of your assessment could be presentation. कोई भी topic case है, case studies है, anything you give the present. How do you assess the presentation? We say, sometimes I've seen some of these faculties, my faculty are carefully observing that, they will say communication skill 5 marks. Then they will say the content 5 marks. Then they would say, what is that coherence and, the coherence in the presentation 5 marks or something like that. And there's a 20-mark presentation. How do you define the 5 marks of the communication skills? What are the benchmark? What is the yardstick? What is the scientific benchmarking that we have devised for assessing 5 marks communication skill? To whom you would give 3? I mean, if we want a scientific temperament, we need to find a logic in science in everything. It's not some randomly, if I like, I give 3 marks, and if I don't like a student, I give 2 marks, because ultimately we all are human beings and we have our own so many implicit and explicit biases. And these biases, no matter what we want or we don't want, it always reflects in our behavior with all the people around us. So how do I not restrict my biases, and how do I do the bias-free, scientifically designed assessment rubric? There's also a great amount of a skill. So probably, with the help of all the deans and with the help of all these program coordinators, we would have a very thorough exercise, provided Satish Kumar would again take a lead and organize this kind of an event. We would do that. And then what we are determined that we would adopt this particular NEP to a great extent from this, as Junari sir also said, from this academic year 24-25, that is from July onwards. And for that, your wholehearted commitment and adherence to the NEP ideology and philosophy is something which is essential. So with this, no, there are a lot of things to discuss, but we'll discuss in the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this enlightening session on the roadmap for executing the national education policy. And thank you so much for shedding light on the current need of students. And I really appreciate your dedication to understanding and addressing the challenges which is currently faced by the students. Now, as we take transition into our next segment, I'm thrilled to announce an engaging panel discussion with a group of esteemed experts. This discussion will focus on the prerequisites for implementing the national education policy, a topic of utmost importance in shaping the future of education in our nation. Can we have Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelist of today's session, Professor Dr. Pramod Paliwal from PTEU Gandhinagar, Professor Dr. Prasenjit Mehte, Campus Director of NFSU Guwahati and Dean of School of Engineering and Technology, Professor Dr. Asha Srivastava Ma'am, Dean of School of Behavioral Forensics, NFSU. And facilitating this discussion, we have the esteemed Professor Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, a renowned academic from NFSU Delhi, who will serve as our moderator for this session. Professor Rakhi Agarwal is a professor of forensic science at National Forensic Sciences University, NFSU Delhi campus. She is a forensic chemist and toxicologist with an extensive research and teaching oriented career spanning of 20 years. She was awarded with UGC NET JRF SRF for doctoral studies and has also been awarded with CSIR Research Associateship for postdoctoral research. Professor Agrawal has to her credit 29 publications in peer-reviewed international and national journals, one patent, two book chapters, and two articles. Professor Agrawal has received many prestigious awards, honors, and fellowships. She is a life member of various professional bodies in India and full member of Society of Toxicology, USA. Professor Dr. Agrawal has served as an executive member for Society of Toxicology India, and in 2020 she was selected as associate member Toxicology American Association of Forensic Science USA, and she has been elected as fellow of the Society of Toxicology STOX India 2023. Now, I would like to hand over the mic to Professor Rakhi Agarwal for further proceedings. Please, ma'am. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, to the Dr. Kohli ma'am, Professor Harrison, and Dr. Steve sir, who organizing this workshop for the sensitization of implementation of the in particular thing. Also, we did it for the university and welcome. Although but here we can have what area and the benefit. So I am happy right now around Professor Dr. Analytical. Studies and thought in energy and analyst in the area of energy. He has an interest in the national gas distribution industry and energy planning. Sir sits on the Energy Advisory Board for Charge Energy Company Conference, that is in Iceland, and he has also contributed in the International Gas Year 2012 workshop building strategy human capital. He has authored and several books, and he has also contributed to the study of promoting energy saving in India transportation sector. In the Institute of Energy Economics at Tokyo and in collaboration of the Ministry of the Economy, Trade and Industry. Apart from publishing and research, the book chapters in management, marketing, energy industry and technology. He is author book of B2B marketing and natural gas distribution. These includes backward integration pieces of business marketing, natural gas consumption, and distribution business strategy, LH. He has invited as a speaker for the natural gas distribution industry in the International Forum, spreading across India, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, South Asia, and the United States. We happy welcome, sir. Thanks to spare your very us and for your valuable points on the discussion of the implementation of NEP. We have Professor Dr. Mary Sosa. He is a professor of chemistry, nanotechnology, and currently holding the position of campus editor at University of Goa. Dr. Mehdi did his PhD from the IIT Bombay in 2008. Afterwards, he had spent his more than 5 years as a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Padua, Italy, and then the University of Tokyo, Japan. He has a passionate research with strong research focus on developing new nanotechnology, analytical techniques, and the lower material based device for forensic investigation research. As a principal investigator, Dr. Mehdi has done research project sponsored by the DUT and a CSI in the area of technology based innovations in the forensic investigation. Dr. Mehdi has also served as the director of IRD, coordinating for University of Amsterdam, DHCFI, and SSIPCL, and presently he works for a dean of the School of Engineering. 4 PhD scholars have been awarded, and more than 50 masters and students have completed their research and Dr. Mehdi is a author of 41 certification and I research work in India and Vietnam. He has received district of the best research award for the World Gold Council in the year of 2012. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Madam is having huge career experience in the field of forensic psychology. Madam was the director of CBI CFSL New Delhi and currently Madam served as professor in the Institute of Behavioral Forensics. Dr. Madam was the former of forensic psychology in India. During this career, she has served as a center for position in different law enforcement organizations around the nation. She has also served as lecturer in psychologist in various throughout her career. She has seen how police officers, bureaucrats, law practitioners, and the operating plans. She also worked as a lecturer, psychologist, and assistant editor. In addition to this, she has appeared in the numerous school as an expert. She has examined more than 5,000 cases and 1,700 cases referred by the CBI and IIT with some force and the law enforcement agency in the country. Madam has examined and analyzed various types of cases reported to the help of the different forensic technological techniques. Some of these cases that Hacker, Kanto, Air, was attack, the Shinabura murder case, the Sudan Pusha case, and the Vyapam scam case, the rape case, and the Shani terrorist case, etc. She has taken membership in the International Association of the British European Polygraph Association and International Associate of the American Pharmacological Association. She is a life member of the Psychologist, Indian Forensic Society, Indian Association of Clinical Psychologists, Indian Applied Psychologists, Indian Society of Immunity, as well as the National Association of the Psychologists. So, Madam is also having a award in terms of the PR Memory and Medical Achievement Award, Senior Female Forensic Scientist Award, Indian Minister Pedagogies Award in Forensic Psychology and Medicine. Welcome, Madam. Honored to have you for this panel.
We welcome all the panelists here on the dais and the moderators. Now, I would like Dr. Rakhi Agarwal to present the moment of to all the panelists. Now, we'd like to invite Dr. Malay Shukla, Assistant Professor, School of Forensic Sciences, University, to please come up on the stage and felicitate Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, the moderator of the event. Thank you so much.
So, since beginning, starting from the innovation, we heard Yoshi sir, then we had our talk from the innovator. Afterwards, we listened to Shaya sir and then Puri. So, overall, from the today's discussion and the presentation, we have to understand, first of all, why the NEP is required, as the madam said very clearly. So I think we can start this section from this point and the discussion, and this is our part. So the point of view from all the August gatherings also. So, sir, would you like to put some light on this the importance of NEP for the current Z generation? As Madam stated very clearly, they don't want to create a what we call connection. It's really we feel that when they ask why the classes are attended, can we have this class after what just before the lunch? So, please.
Thank you, Dr. Very warm good evening to all of you. As a teacher, I understand the challenges that we face final session of the day. And I consider myself both as a student and teacher of management. And as I teach, I would like to start with a life story which pertains to me, which shall throw light on the fact that how far we have traversed from very, very constrained, challenging times to today, where we are discussing aspects like academic mobility, flexibility, aspirations of the youth. So the year was 1986. I had just completed my class 12th. Rather, it was BSc first year, which is equivalent to class 12th. And after having studied the first year, physics, chemistry, maths, lot of studies, I had a position in the university, very best. But somehow I got disillusioned studying science, maths, physics, lot of study. And it was a kind of romanticism towards humanities that I had. You know, one to study philosophy, psychology, economics, sociology, literature, but how to organize things in such a manner that I'm also able to acquire my educational qualifications in that. So I went to my university, which was I expressed my desire, giving them an application, and I would like to join second year of BA program. And I was denied that opportunity, citing certain rules of the university that this facility is available only to CBSE class 12 students who come and into the BA program. Who come to the university would like to join the second year. But it's not available to the same university students who are part of another department of another discipline. It was quite disappointing. And it was just like on my romantic dream of pursuing humanities education is going to be fulfilled and actually shattered. Fortunately for me, there was a university in Udaipur, the Dean University, it was quite ahead of its time for this, which said, okay, we are willing to accommodate your requests. And I joined the second year and I think the rest is history. The only little problem I faced was that the gentleman who was responsible for admissions to the program was very skeptical about me migrating from science to arts. And they said something fishy about your migration. I hope that the university has not investigated you or you have not committed any such kind of academic blunder that you are wanting to migrate, because you are perhaps the first student in my career so far, and I'm seeing who wants to migrate. But anyway, we have come far ahead of all those challenging times, and we are sitting here today talking about all features of national education policy. Well, as a teacher of management discipline, I always believe in education. We are a country which is country creative planning. Traditionally, you pick up newspapers and they all talk about things which are futuristic in nature. Somebody said this is going to happen 5 years down the line, 4 years down, will you do this? Hardly we hear stories about this has been done. Fortunately, we have an academic leadership at the center today. The gentleman, politician from our state, believes in execution. And we are in very exciting times. He's the one who says that I will inaugurate the one which I have initiated. I think that is the right intent. Because otherwise, I strongly believe that you cannot build a reputation on what you are going to do. You actually build a reputation on what you do. And it is a pageant for many people, including many of us Indians, which very scientific reputation will be done that this is what we are going to do. Well, we should be judged on what we do. Prerequisites for NEP 2020 is discussed. And these are my initial opening remarks. They just take 2-3 more minutes and then perhaps we can engage into a more discussion. Well, I believe that strategic intent, so this entire concept of execution actually comes from strategic management that we teach at business schools. So there's something called strategic intent, with vision and mission, things like that. And then I'm sure when NEP was formulated, a lot of external environment analysis might have been done, comparison with best practices across the world, comparison with certain practices which have been undergoing by some newer institutions within India. An internal analysis might have taken place, aspirations of which might have been captured, discussion with stakeholders might have taken place, and after that, a document might have taken place, which I call as a roadmap. So now we have a strategy in place, and this strategy has to be implemented. And the real game starts only now. Because as I said, you do not build a reputation on what you're going to do, you build a reputation on what you do. And that is what strategy implementation or execution is all about. I will say only 4 things, and then I will come back as we continue with our discussion. There are 4 prerequisites of any execution, any strategy execution. 4. And I don't take anything here. First is leadership. Second is organization structure. Third is resources. And 4th is change management. So let us try to juxtapose all these 4 in terms of our own respective academic institutions of higher learning. First of all, the leadership has to inspire everyone to execute this. They have to ensure buy-in of all the stakeholders within the system. Second is, as I said, organization structure. Are we really geared up to accommodate execution of NEP, which in itself is a revolutionary concept? We have never earlier spoken about, I gave this story in the beginning just to highlight the straight jacket approach that higher education institutions were having. I mean, it's unheard of academic mobility, You complete your education first year, you take a break, you either go to some other institution with the credits that you have, or you come back and we will be able to take you back and things that the entire system get absorbed. So, as an organization, are you geared up structure-wise to accommodate such kind of regulatory policy implementation? Resources, and it's not unusual that resource constraint always afflicts our educational institutions. As such, a normal routine, as we call it, business as usual scenarios. And this is not a business as usual scenario. This is an unusual scenario. So training of teachers, just imagine 5% of students taking a break or migrating to other institutions. What kind of impact it would have on your finances, your forecasted finances, your budgets? I'm just talking about 5%. Are you geared up for that? You have a fixed infrastructure in place. You already recruited teachers. They cannot be flexibly maneuvered as the students keep coming and going. Then again, you may have a lot of students coming and joining departments which we do not know what kind of student would be coming. Yes, registration and all these things are there. So it will take some time to evolve, where we would be in a position to tackle the second aspect of the execution, that is organization structure. Third is, so I just spoke about structure and so before this change management. And change management is a very painful process. We all learn by experience. And I shall discuss more about change management as this is still the discussion we take this discussion. Further, these are my opening thoughts on this challenging revolutionary concept is called NEP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seriously, these 4 points are need to be in consideration before the implementation. I would like to move towards Dr. Head, sir, for his comments. And then after action, we will start this discussion.
Okay, so first of all, yeah, thank you, Professor Anwar. So, first of all, my personal opinion about NEP, how I look at it, and how much I appreciate it. So, I am very much in favor of national education policy. The points, major emphasis which are given, the flexibility parameter, of course, as he has mentioned, the implementation, there will be many challenges will come. So we are not talking now about the challenges. First, we very try to talk and why I support it. And then in its implementation, how we are rating at general and at elementary level, where we are standing, 2 points we are this side. So as you mentioned, the flexibility in this policy is the big side. It's neural. For example, can you imagine there are many Olympians in USA and other European countries who are also a regular student of their studio and very good experience in university, and UK and France? We have, of course, a separate sport university, but can you imagine one? Maybe there will be a couple of exceptions, but can you imagine one of our students is winning medal from Olympics? Because we don't have such type of infrastructure or co-curricular or extracurricular activities in practice in the institutes. Or can any of our students from any mainstream engineering, chemistry, law, whoever, is doing so excellence in international arena, in totally different area in music, in any of these states. So from that perspective, I am pursuing graduations, masters, engineering, and parallelly, I have a passion, something deep in my mind to pursue something, and that not only I am doing, I am also getting recognition for that in the form of certificates, degree. Of course, this implementation will take time, so this is very easy, and I believe that it will be beneficial for many, many talents which are hidden in our city. Another flexibility or in terms of the policy documents which have been presented in national education policy is that skill-based education, where along with the theoretical knowledge, the students from their respective discipline will gain skills not only in a totally different area, but even if you are a student of forensic science, you gain skills, very much good skills related to some basic challenges which is faced by forensic faculty. Or you develop something which is very much required by this industry. So this type of skill development along with the theoretical subject, this type of this is very good initiative. Of course, it is not easy as we discuss the challenges in some extent in today's discussion and more so tomorrow's discussion. That those will be very challenging, but those are very well known research studies and education policy. Now, as a university, my opinion is that how we are ready, or in terms of parameter wise, if we go, that how we are ready to implement it. As our many faculty, including Professor Shruti, mentioned that we have many parts of AEP. To some extent, we have implemented, but of course, we have to go a long way. But if we start with first we see of course. The policy of the decision that it has come from the centers we have to do it, and at university level also we are ready to implement. So first thing we are going to is to this workshop as well as to self-study. We all teachers, because we are the main driving force in any institutions, we have to ready to deliver under this policy. So that is a process, and we are going through that, and we will go through that. Apart from that, the biggest the part which have already implemented in process is designing courses as per the NEP framework. And I think we have done to some extent in the form of the educated at least 4 or 5 integrated programs and our agency. Other parts is that in coming years, the national, as per the national education policy decisions, we must both come to the internship with a common interest. Every year we face this dilemma and problem that even it becomes harder to fix our entrance test, because if you fix the entrance test, you will find in there either there is a daily test or some CUET test and so on. So it is a very much necessity at this moment that all Indian universities, it's not a single entrance test, of course, there should be DAE, there should be CLAT, there should be CAT, as well as CUET, and so we have to move from NEP to a common entrance test which is common for all. And for that also we have taken a decision. For example, this year we are doing to JEE, the integrated program. We are doing other 3 programs to CAT and CLAT. So that is in process, and we have to further do it in coming years, that where all the programs and missions to be done through common entrance. And at the same time, another point which is a kind of paradox, and it needs a detailed discussion on NEP community, because maybe I am talking about NEP general. But if you see the policy document of NEP, it aims to develop every university as a multidisciplinary kind of wide educational institute. However, if you see our agency's mandate, you always claim we are a super specialized university in the domain of sciences. So how do we treat our incoming years? How we put adjust along with the vision of national education policy? I think although we are in specific domain of forensic and allied sciences, but if you see the road we have come across, we started with few disciplines and we have added on schools and programs, and now we have 12 schools, we have progressive programs. It is called very much multidisciplinary, but definitely in coming years, we can be more multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary is not a fixed or limited term, it could be multidisciplinary, but definitely in coming years, we have to be more multidisciplinary than what we are today. And accordingly, there are other points which we in this course we can discuss. But what I can tell the summary of my initial point is that, of course, we all know that there are so many merits of national university policy. If in personal level, I will give you a couple of points which I will mention later. And as a university, we have already started implementing it. There are so many parameters which are prerequisite, and some of that we've already made, and many of them, of course, we could not make at this time, but as we discuss and collectively through policy making, through discussion, through workshop, through deliberation at university level, gradually we will implement those things so that in a smooth manner we can implement this policy. Yes, that also the timeline also can decide which timeline. Because even the policy document also say that they are not asking to do it in this year. They will favor 1 year, 5 year, 10 something. They are not even 7, 7. We have to do it in 203. We in the timeline and we could make it multidisciplinary, and then up to 2035 we could make it up to a certain level in terms of the structure, in terms of student enrollment, in terms of faculty. So we have time, but I think we are on the right track, and we are surely not steadily moving ahead. We implement it very slowly.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights towards the implementation of NEP in the university and more towards the how much we have plans. So I will request Adam to share her thoughts for this matter. So good evening, all of you. First of all, I want to thank thanks to Professor Satish for inviting me to this opportunity. Thank you, madam. So already both professors can explain about the importance of the new NEP and how to do. So first, the social prerequisite of implementation of NEP. So there are 3 points very much important in NEP. First, organization and institutional collaboration. What can we do? As my suggestion, after the theoretical classes, we should take some credit for the practical exposure, and we should teach the theoretical part in our university, but practical aspects for that we should not only MOU, but we should place our students there for doing the practical. So they can learn very much. This is the first part we have to establish that thing, the organization and this institution collaboration. Second, native language. In new education policy, there is a second part is native language. So some students they want to learn slowly in their regional language, in native language. So every university should appoint some regional language professor, lecturer, so they can teach, they can convert our syllabus in their language also, so they can understand. Third is creative thinking. Creative or instead. So some students, some they have many creativity. How we can encourage them and how we can implement. So there should be some course like that. So we can encourage the creativity of the students. That is the important also. And the most important is Indian knowledge system. In every NEP we are focusing Indian knowledge system. As already recently we opened the Indian knowledge center here also. So when we study, if you will know quality time, who started quality time first? I think you know very well who started. What yeah, from art to me. So, but I am not expert in that. Maybe 2-3 persons they know about me, but others are not very well deeply have knowledge that thing. So it's a fun we are talking about the implementation for Indian knowledge system. We should appoint some person who has deeply and connect with this acting with our system. If you read Gita, there are many psychotherapies already present in Gita. Already they have mentioned many therapies, you will apply this, so there is no depression, nothing like that. But we are applying different, we are focusing for mental health, we are taking many therapies. But if we will take from Gita, so
So we can implement that thing. So how we implement that is a main question. We know many things, but how we will do that implementation, that is important. So this is the first step. We should appoint some lecturer, some expert in that particular field who knows, who has deeply knowledge about Vedic, about Sanskrit, about Gita, about other religious books. So we can connect our modern thing with the ancient things. So these are the first, this is the my suggestion. And for this organization institution, as we are the consequence. So every student should get, not, I am not talking about the internship. Practical exposure means if we will do MOU with, for example, we are doing the MOU with police station. And the police person, they should pay also to our students some amount because they are providing the services also. So they will get a practical exposure of crime scene visit. And every crime scene is unique. When they will visit, they will understand how they will solve the cases, how they will understand the cases, and they will really learn. Because many things from theoretically they are learning, but practically is entirely. So these are the my suggestions. Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think we have a clear cut piece of the panelists. So, can we move for discussion? If you have any concern, doubt, query, can raise it. Doubts coming from the voice. What is basically research policy and what is the NP is the point, vulnerability and the skill that will provide benefit to the student. My question is, what will be the ability, skill, and what will be the skill ability that we are going to give in the education to that specific or particular credit to the student? And 90 credit is for the particular or in the 4-year program, 90 credit is for the skill enhancement and the 90 credit for the ability enhancement. So do we have to make that particular curricula of that? How will we make it possible to that?
You know, it's a clear cut, I can't tell you because you have not trained it. But what I could, I don't know, we have what is the stance? We have got today there because we have other points to discuss. But anyway, so you are asking that this as per new education policy, this education program, how will you educate this, how will you fix the credit structure, like credit based on various. So credit structure is based on, first of all, which if you are asking skill based, then decide which skill. You have to first define that which one. You can give a name of the skill, say, I don't know, if you have basic science, so what example I can give in terms of skill based? A skill based, suppose you said the student's skills to be related to developing some protocol, or a very specific developing protocol. And then depending on the quantum of work and you have to decide as a teacher collectively that how much should be the engagement per hour. It's very generally depending on the quantum of work, whether it is theory or practical, and then per week how much hours he or she will spend. On that basis, we generally pay the credit structure. Generally, theory credit means per theory lecture, the one short hour, then it's okay. If it is practical or research or other skill based, it has to be as per today present convention. It has to be then 2 hours for one credit and like that. So it is not decided yet, but it could be like that. It has to be more than teaching hours. So depending on the domain, depending on the type of skills, type of engagement we will do, and somehow the credit has to be related to how much hour he or she is spending. And according to credit has to be.
So
from my point of view, I think when I'm discussing about the state development, as for psychology, policy. So if the students, they are doing 50% skill development, they are doing the training, practical training also for NP data psychology, MFP data psychology, and the students. So when they are doing the practical, they show them in hospital. So they are very better kids, and they were discussing about 3 days training. For that, we had to decide it jointly with the consent of the UGC. Yeah, how much credit should be given? So as far as our consent, we think the 50% should be given to practical officers. Suppose, for example, a student is speaking theoretically, and immediately if we will give some task, if he is posted in hospital, for example, so immediately he will learn how he will apply that. So that will be naturally on the capability of the students. But how much credit will be given to that should be decided by the all teachers, unity, and with the consent of the UGC guideline, what UGC says. But from my point of view, if I get the chance to tell you,
We got to ask.
Final answer is it is not, we can't say.
We have to. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Insights in this topic. As a parent, बच्चे के लिए शूज के लिए हम जाते हैं मम्मी बोलती है ये कलर का चाहिए पापा बोलते हैं ये चाहिए दोनों ने सिलेक्ट कर लिया बकरी की जगह बोलती है पूछो the shoes for whom we are buying. What about students? So basic question is ये जो सारे काम हम सोच रहे हैं तो what about students feedback? Student को क्या चाहिए वो basically does the generic is about that basically what we want, right? So whenever this entity was framed, I'm not definitely there are lots of commissions were there, but my basic question is कि जो student fraternity है उन्होंने ये सारी चीजें डिमांड की कि हम ही सोच रहे हैं कि उनको ये चाहिए. So what is basically the idea behind this actual design is
उन्होंने 2-3 यूनिवर्सिटी से बात करके ये चीज आई है और दिस इज द एक्सपीरियंस व्हिच आई so once he came that we really said okay fine I want to go parallelly you will have a sentence I will parallelly I will take from my friends but since as of now the BTech is not scheduled to the BA exam and MBA scheduled for the day to go. I said you will miss class 9 you will study your class first. This is not an NEP if you can't delay me. I said oh. And then he went. The what he said is here. Yeah. So Nivan was with you. So he joined me. So yes sir. I think sir ने कहा अभी sources को लेकर 5%, but I can say around 20 to 30% students at the present scenario are ready to take the subject from the other specialized area. Three different like understanding of.
Palila will comment that how many
Yeah,
feedbacks
that's
are taken.
So
that I'm not sure if it's standing there.
Yeah, please.
I बोला कि 25 चलेगी पहले जो दिया
I would
This question is, I think, very natural. That do we really take into account the aspirations of the beneficiaries of this entire exercise? Though not necessarily deeply involved in framing of the NEP, I'm sure that the kind of inputs and information I have, there was a systematic approach undertaken to take input from the student fraternity. Also, however, nothing in this educational world is finite. Nothing is final. This is an evolving stream of things. You never know that the Gen Z that we call the students of the day may in a couple of years, may become more demanding, may start wanting something else. I actually believe, again, sometimes the biases of me being a student of management always creep into my thought process. I believe that, as Nike says, just do it. Let's do it. Then we will see how do we tackle that. Sometimes, unless we start doing it, we would not continue. But I'm sure I have this information that these students' inputs were indeed accommodated, incorporated in this process. And I'm sure there is a documentation also which would be available where these kind of statistics would be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, my question on bypass.
Sir.
If you see the provision of the NEP, it is such a dynamic question. And parallel and there is something we side are so much demanding. This my question is pertaining to the NEPs, but at large. Understanding the equity across the area. We have institutions like IITs, JNU, NFAC. Then also we have institutions like rural area who don't have their basic things to do. And we are expecting these things to be included there. Of course, their timeline is there, 3 to 5 years, 7 to 10 years or so. Practically, how do you see, unless and because you go on a state point, it's not having a mere budget for the education. And that education by any government, pardon me for my overstatement, but it is always a luxury. This is the first thing government cut the budget in the education budget. Education is the first to get the stopping off. So when you are asking so much of things to be done in the 3 years to 7 years to 10 years, and then barring 5% of the student across the India and 5% they have just the faculty are not getting salary. If I talk about the Bihar and UP and Madhya state, they are getting salary after 6 months. And they are expecting all the code elective, day elective, goal elective, 3 electives, and then demanding as per the student requirement. How practically and how really is possible?
Sir, I would often say that I could agree more than what you just said. This concern is a very, very valid concern. There's an elephant in the room. So let's accept that we have to tackle this. And you know, as I told in the beginning, that we cannot build a reputation on what we're going to do. We have to actually do it. Unless we shun this tendency of keeping our eyes shut to this reality, we are not going to do. Now, how that happens, I think with this limited gathering in which we are, that's not going to happen. But I think a larger message in whatever form it can go, should go from here, maybe as a trickle, then it becomes a flood, that we need to tackle these anomalies, these these inequalities wherever they are existing in terms of infrastructure, in terms of intellectual capital, in terms of even awareness for them. However, having said that, as an eternal optimist, I see light at the end of the tunnel. And how? In my opinion, social media and online, for that matter, technology has come as a great level. It's only, I was in Paswada a few years back. I was part of the governing council of the tribal university, and I coined a statement that in the technological era, there's absolutely no difference between Paswada and Bangalore. How? Because we have access to knowledge resources through technology. NPTEL is a great phenomenon. The question is, how can we motivate people in the hinterlands, people who do not have access otherwise to the best of the resources, to take advantage of these resources in a very genuine fashion? Because you learn, there's a structured way of learning, then also you also have to go and take an exam, which is a proctored exam, where you have a real sense of achievement. It's not like this. There are a lot of courses available where you just do certain things, and even prior to that, it has been available. So I think these are some opportunities that we have to take the advantage of. These can be leveraged. However, having said that, the bottom line remains that these challenges have to be tackled first. Finally, we always believe in this word called template. Perhaps organizations like or academic institutions like NFSU, PDEU, IITs, DISP, NIRMA can become certain templates where we handhold in a sense, not in the physical sense, but at least we inspire the other upcoming education institutions maybe to sort of emulate certain kind of practices or best practices that we are. But your question, your point is valid, and I agree with it.
But just I want to add that even presently how those are functioning. Those are functioning after implementing anything to function. And this is not this is not implemented. Very yeah, that we at present standard also there is a required number of teacher student ratio, required number of lab techniques, and they are function. They can so exactly. So you are running it's called spontaneous. These all things are spontaneity. Now, when you are saying this thing, there is no spontaneity, you have a driving force there. Because you have to want to improve that skill, you have to improve their optimization. So, you know, very directly, Madam said at the beginning, when we went to the IIT and when we saw the humanities are working, seriously. But then they realized that in order to understand the engineers the work much better manner because they are going to work with society, the infusion of the social value of society is very fixed there. Now, most of the so Mufassil College, कितने Mufassil College में भी normal course पढ़ाई होती है, and then we are having this additional things or that sorry here. It looks very it's very apparent or very inclusive in it. So for the practical implementation, by जो जिनके पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जिनके पास फैसिलिटी है, जिनके पास फंडिंग है, जिनके पास रिसोर्सेज है, रेवेन्यू है, उनकी क्या प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी, लेकिन जो बाकी हम दूसरे को छोड़ दिए, हम ही बात कर रहे हैं. When we started our BSc course, हमें ये ग्रेड कोर व्यक्ति था हमारा, वो सब्जेक्ट था, कोर व्यक्ति था और स्किल बेस्ड. अब हमारे स्किल बेस्ड एक्टिविटी के लिए हम क्राइटेरिया में कुछ ऐसे थे कोर्स हैं जिससे हमें मतलब नाम नहीं होगा उसके हमें को मैं जो रूरल एरिया में जो असल में गांव में कहीं उन्हें पढ़ा हुआ है उसमें कहाँ से तो वगैरह कोई स्किल बेस्ड एक्टिविटी मिलेगी. तो ये ऐसी प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम है जो वो आपकी बात से मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूं कि we have to kick off and then we'll see how things are going and actually so you react. लेकिन as an intellectual when we are talking this through, we have to extrapolate our observation कि ये eventually कहाँ जाके इन हो सकता है हमारे लिए भी और वैसे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए जिनके पास सारे रिसोर्सेज नहीं है. ये करना
practical aspects like
लेकिन we have a discussion this week with the director academy. तो उसमें निकल के आया इसका दिखाओ रखेंगे तो बता प्रॉब्लम है जो सर ने वो हाईलाइट किया एलिपिकल और स्वयं कोड. तो जो भी हम कोर्स करिकुलर डिजाइन करें आने वाले समय में चाहे वो बीएससी का हो या बीटेक का हो या बीएमबीए का हो, ऐसे कोर्सेज जिसमें हमें क्रिएटिव मिलने में दिक्कत हो रही है वैसे कोर्सेज कैन बी फाइंड आउट कि एनपीटीए पे है या उसमें पे है. तो उस केस में हम वही कोर्स लोड करें कि बच्चे वहीं से कोर्स करके वहीं से क्रेडिट ले लें तो हमारे पास वर्कलोड की चीजें कम हो जाएगी, हमारे पास क्रिएटिव रिक्वायरमेंट कम हो जाएगी और ये तो बहुत डे टू डे प्रॉब्लम आती है हमारी इवैल्यूएशन का और सबका वो भी हमारे खत्म हो जाएगी. फाइनल मार्क एक you have to rely and you have to reevaluate ourselves. You have to ourselves in order to rely more on this move to courses, NEP, to SWAM और ऐसे दो भी सोच होते हैं उसको हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक्सप्लोर करें, इन्वाइट और इंटीग्रेट.
I agree. In fact, let me tell you. So we have experimented with that, and what we have done is we have institutionalized. So the courses that are going, the books which are going to be offered in a particular session are approved by a particular body at this. So what happens is that there is no ambiguity left there. Everybody knows. Secondly, there is an involvement of the teachers. In our case, the teacher undergoes the course first, so that the teacher knows what the students are studying. And then there are simultaneously, they're experimenting with things. Simultaneously, there are contact sessions conducted with the school also on the course which is available online. I think that makes the course structure, the course offering more robust. So I think that's a good idea, and I agree with that. Technology is always be leveraged.
But for NFPs also we have advantage, we have campus, so many campuses. So for that program, you can share the line and use for. Pedagogies will be shared between various
Courses are offered at the campuses can be.
Yeah, in the last director meeting, that came into the discussion that the on the campuses, where we have 8 campuses. So it was the provision, it was the idea from the Honorable Vice Chancellor that the online course from the no matter maybe some faculty at the Gandhinagar is there. So he or she should take class of all the campuses on online. So the respective faculty of that campus will have that much lower workload in that part. So
Each one we provide for section.
yeah, now it has to be implemented for the regular masters and BCA. So we'll here discuss it.
Yes, it is possible for NPDL as well as for him. My question is different. This is a very correctly. I understand correctly. NEP is for undergraduate courses. It is not for the postgraduate courses. No, now at present they say it is for undergraduate courses. And if you complete 2 years, then you get diploma. If you complete 3 years, you get degree, and 4 years, you get honors, right? I think one of the case. Yeah, this is the thing. So we have to design our programs, 4 years programs, so that after 2 years, they exit and they can go to some other college, or maybe they take exit and do some work and come back or something. And they can take the diploma certificate and take it. And if they complete 3 years, they can do this one. And here, in NFS, maybe the flexibility between the department we don't have, we have the schools. So pharmacy students, they can learn 1 or 2 courses from pharmacy class, or management student, they can learn some courses in pharmacy. Okay, that courses may be fundamental courses, or maybe the seed-based courses, or maybe something else that is elective. So we have to design courses in that way, so that because a management student can coming in and learning in pharmacy, it will not be useful for him at all. But pharmacy student going and learning economics, maybe management courses, maybe they are useful for them. So that kind of flexibility which we can give. Or the second thing is there is also the flexibility in terms of changing the institution. So we all already have a transfer from one school, they can campus, they can be transferred to other campuses. So they can learn something like that. We have to make arrangement so that they can the campus student, they can go and learn the campus or some other campuses. Some other subjects maybe. That kind of flexibility we can take of us. But the problem is summer training is other, they are talking about every year they should make some. So if you think we have 3,000 to 5,000 students, everybody every year they need to get summer. That's very impossible. All the students they have to undergo summer training every year. It may not be possible summer training in a forensic lab or any other leaders. We would allow them to have this 2 months of summer training. They have ready between 2 to 8 ready for the summer training. Is it possible to give summer training to all the students? It cannot be possible at all. What is your?
Sir, before you say the time, in the document, it says that for the first, that is the certificate, the training is this for the 1 month internship is there. So, right. Now see sir the vacation period. Academic institution, they enjoy the vacation in the summer and the winter. 2 months, 145 days in the summer and 50 days in the winter. For it, you are getting a lot.
But that is there.
आपको मिलता है नहीं मिलता ये नहीं पॉइंट तो रीजन होना चाहिए दैट्स व्हाई आई वाज डिस्कसिंग विद छाया सर yesterday and I also exactly did the same thing that once you are saying anything so you have to provide the internship and for that you have to make a guideline in the route that you have to have 45-day vacation first so that they can go for the internship. जहां तक बात आ रही है सर कि इंटरनेट पास एक्सेप्टेंस है सर बच्चों के पास एक्सेप्टेंस है कि देखिए सर मुझे मिला हुआ 1 महीने का इंटर्नशिप आप मुझे नहीं दे रहे हो क्योंकि आपने 21 दिन का वेकेशन दिया है 1 महीना पूरा नहीं ठीक है हमने 21 दिन का वेकेशन कहां मिलता है सर ठीक है तो बच्चे ये क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि आप हमें इंटर्नशिप नहीं दी है ठीक है हमें करना है हमें इंटरटेन भी किया जा रहा है लेकिन चूंकि आपके कैंडिडेट कैलेंडर में 21 दिन की वेकेशन है तो मैं इंटर्नशिप नहीं कर पा रहा हूं or we have received a representation from the students. We are submitting to the authority so that it can be given to the authority to take appropriate decision. But what you are saying is possible.
Possible, but so many students who will give interview. That means that maybe, but there are so many criticism
police station they will get the paper they because they are speak at times they sit out correction so many
it's not just things because it is a big force. Not it is a big attached to this. You know there is no credit attached to this. Usually comes in the certificate. There are 2 credit or 3 credit course. It is a requirement. Credit is there. You are not because I'm holding on. Everything you can do. One thing more here. Every year, a credit course. This in my opinion, is an administrative challenge. It's an administrative issue which needs to be tackled. Your concerns are very much valid that who monitors, are they really doing it or not? And I think you're not alone with these concerns. Even with a limited number of students, each one of us is having those kind of concerns. And I also agree that an institution like NFSU will have to be a very specific kind of summer internship. Unlike social sciences, where the canvas is quite large, or liberal studies or management, where the canvas is quite large. Here it has to be specific. And I think when we are discussing the prerequisites for that matter, this flagging off of this concern, I think some note needs to be taken off because, as I said, you are a sciences university. And the flexibility in terms of the broad canvas that we institutions like we have, I'm not talking of our engineering school, but management or liberal studies schools may not be available to you. So perhaps I think it's a point which should be noted.
Yes.
Final sort of example I would like to give you, which talks about practical training and flexibility in awarding credits for the practical exposure. In fact, long before NEP came into existence, we were audacious, should I say, enough to experiment with these kind of things. So, for example, last India, just give you one example, there will be such example. Last India happened in Gandhinagar a few years ago. What we did, we asked the class to be there at Last India all the days of the exhibition and very, very comprehensively study all the stalls which have been put up there, companies, industries, competition, everything. And we gave them 1 credit for this entire exercise. It was a very, very innovative way of doing things. I think such kind of templates can be used in order to enthuse students to try out new things and also enthuse faculty for that matter. Because you also have to be takers for such kind of experience.
The second point I want to make is after 2 years, they get this. and they choose the exit option. And they say we don't want to do it, to continue the program. Then after 3 years also they have an option, they discontinue. Then how we can get the students? Then maybe 50% of students who are going after the space.
That's what I said.
It's
an admission.
attention should have admission every year.
But I don't. The percentage, dropout percentage will not be more than 1%.
We can't say now because the option is open.
Yeah, so again, as I said, it is evolving. One more point I would like to bring here is that we had CBCS. We all know CBCS. And CBCS has sort of also evolved into now it is more structured in that sense. A lot of fears about CBCS also. But I think we are also able to tackle all those challenges. But this attrition challenge remains. But as I say, let us see how does it evolve and how does it settles down, how does it mature. Today we do not know. Today we really do not know. When we started the petroleum management program in 2006, there was a lot of skepticism who's going to absorb these people because they all look for engineers. But I think we have been able to make a mark, not only we, but VPKs in Dehradun, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Petroleum Technology, MIT for that matter, they also have petroleum, TERI for that matter. So, ecosystem develops. Perhaps I think industry would be able to be willing to take these people, and how do they come? That's a question which actually only future will.
Yeah, really, this question because as a management faculty, I want to know more insights about what is leadership. I want to know about macro level and the something like that. So I want to know as a country idea, we have electoral landscape. However, the parameters required is very much industry leadership. Second one is infrastructure, the third is resources, and of course, change mindset. So these parameters, I want more inputs.
I don't know. Why Barbati chemical industry and related industry is more now it is about degree, they go about smart skill. Sometimes you also face challenges in terms of placement because in the PhD students not getting placed, but the graduation and master students are really getting placed, some experience and some internships and others. So exact what scenario will happen, we don't know, but if you are see actual certificate, if with the requirement for that, there will be no issue. Industry does not bother about degree and matter, but degree, which degree does not matter. In industry is concerned, they more need skill, just skill for which they need that manpower. So when someone is reading of a diploma or a certificate course, either they have an opportunity or to join industry, when the backward skill, they will be out.
Yeah, I agree. In fact, we have had examples where, say, you talk of technical skills, good students from ITI are in great demand, and that ITI doesn't really hinder them joining the respective. For that matter, somebody who has got on a diploma in say hardware technology from a non-recognized institution, so I'm using this word because not all. But if he or she knows one student, there are people willing to employ that. So here, at least to have a recognized certification and a justification for that well, I took a conscious decision to come out of the system for a moment and take a plunge into real life. So I also not much of a problem out there because they always and then let them come here, let them work, and let them realize that well, upskilling, going back to the academia and upskilling ourselves will be of much use. There will be many people who will feel that upskilling is not required. But earlier they were not taking the decision before going into and they can take the decision after 2 years of the substitution. So I think it's a way of
we are diplomatic because they have got the job. They need money somehow economic situation that are available.
Exactly. I'm coming to this point. We should understand why government came with this idea. Government came with this idea not let the people to encourage that you leave after 1 year, you leave after 2 years, you leave after 3 years. Maybe I'm not wrong. If I please correct me if I'm wrong. Government might have thought that the dropout students who are leaving to any reason, maybe लड़कियों की शादी हो जाती है या फाइनेंशियल स्थिति ठीक नहीं है, सिटीजन से एक्सीडेंट हुआ, कोई रीजन से वो कोर्स नहीं कर पाया. At least give them another chance to carry out their education in the next course. ऐसा नहीं है कि एक बार आपने अलाउ कर दिया तो एक बार लग जाएगी, बच्चे एडमिशन रेट हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है. ये शायद उनके लिए गवर्नमेंट ने सोचा हुआ किसी रीजन से अगर वो ड्रॉप आउट हो रहे हैं तो 1 साल की 2 साल की पढ़ाई जाया ना हो, बाद में जब वो रियलाइज करें कि वो कर सकते हैं तो बाद में मेन स्ट्रीम सिस्टम में आके अपनी पढ़ाई को कंप्लीट कर ले, ना इसलिए तो वहां जाके वो प्लम्बर का काम करे. प्लम्बर का काम बुरा नहीं है, मतलब उसके पास है 4 साल का पास तो कर ले. हाँ, लेकिन किसी रीजन से अगर नहीं करता है, 1 साल के बाद निकलता है फाइनेंशियल ईयर करके 2 साल में वो फील्ड में आ जाए, तो एडमिशन के लिए नहीं है, मे बी सम रीजन, शायद एक रीजन रहा हो.
Slowly, we are gradually talking. That note only so they're so not academically, they are athletic. They're very into school and they bunk classes somehow just to be present for the sports practice sessions and then later on for tournaments and they play for national and state level. But then do we have any?
Yeah, just one example. क्या मैडम है यहाँ पे? दीदी क्या नाम था? दीदी धर्माधिकारी. किस इवेंट में होती है वो? एरोबिक जैसा.
She was our student MSc Forensic Science, Madhikari. Sir, she didn't attend class for 2 months because she had a work, she went for the national. So in the ambience of the school जो भी है ना, you can take call. हाँ, आपको लेकिन फैकल्टी को थोड़ा इफर्ट लगाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वो 2 महीने नहीं पढ़ी, तो आपको वो करना पड़ेगा, उसको वहां तक लाना पड़ेगा आपको. हाँ, बच्चे पर she was a bronze medal in the international level. So it was a pride when we came back.
Whether you have one, will that reflect that achievement? I think that there has to be. There is, so we have started giving 5 credits. Leadership development. Leadership development is a broad term, which includes your managing event. You are acquiring some qualification for and there are quite definitions. Somebody will right? Publish in a newspaper. We give them depending upon. So what happens is that indirectly what had. So perhaps with this achievement, get so many credits for bronze medal, but 4% or extracurricular achievement. Very nice. So for example, as per the education of native language or on one hand, we are running competitive data, Google, Microsoft, and they will be expected part of placement is. So we hope that the companies will expect in terms of communication and different activities. So we are just focusing on that and how they are going to compete in the international market. Especially MNC because generally already they want to study less and they are opting for higher studies. It's a wonderful experience. They may be wrong, but most of them have done this process. I wish I could have shared this article that I had written on this native languages issue regarding NEP. It was about 50 years back. I would love to share that article with you if you can share. I very strongly advocated dual system. We're all discussing in English language, right? Fine. And let us not gloss over the fact that English being an international language is a language of profession in many professions. Sometimes in the quest of promoting or say supporting native languages, if we lose sight of a professional language which is acknowledged internationally, I think we are doing more harm. Rather, and I have given details in that article of mine. If you read that, I have given certain pathways by which both the objectives achieved. In fact, I am fortunate enough to study in a convent school and in vernacular school and a convent school and in an elite higher education institution. So I have all kinds of experience. I think even when I was studying in a vernacular school, that did not make me a less of a learner. But we need to institutionalize that, and I would share that. But I agree with your point that we cannot really shut our eyes to the fact that capabilities will also have to build in that area where they are more acceptable. I'm from Rajasthan. Even from the students who are from studying in 12th and graduate, or even Gujarat also. So if they continue with their own native language at one point, really, the spirit behind emphasizing on learning in native language
was that nobody should be excluded just because they do not write. Right? That's it. And we that spirit barely stops anybody to also acquire the students learning English language. That is the only.
Thank you, sir. We can take one more question. Getting more strength. I was but I didn't.
There are specific major subjects and minor subjects. If you are taking 46 times and you leave 46 times, not like that. You have to take compulsory major subjects, major course. You have option only in terms of minor and extracurricular and professional. There is a option. The subjects, main, science or whatever, the visualization of fixed here, but of course, I think flexibility how much will be allowed. If you want to change from biology to toxicology, something like that.
Toxicology is
Just simple example. One of your seniors, he was the Mera, MSc Forensic Science, specialization biotechnology, basic chemistry. When he passed, he told where I should go. I told you can go anywhere. Then sir, who will take me as a forensic science because my background is the forensic science. And in the graduation he was having the chemistry. So then I told, why don't, and since he was a JRF, I told you apply for the IIT. With the IIT forensic science, who held the IIT will take me for the PhD. I told you apply to the He applied for the IIT Bombay. And you will be surprised, she is doing PhD in the proteomics, which is the hardcore biochemistry. One thing. Now, one student was having the in the advancing. He was having. He was again chemistry, biotechnology. Then he went again. He was there. He went for the PGI Chandigarh in the hardcore medical biology. So, सर ये है कि आपके अगर बेसिक डोमेन उसमें आपने सब्जेक्ट एक्वायर किया हुआ है और एक सर्टेन टाइम पे ऊपर जाने के बाद सारा साइंस एक है. The thing is you have to show your experience in the either अगर वो है तो एग्जाम पास करो या इंटरव्यू है तो somehow you pass them on. No. What she is asking is she is asking about the competency of the person who has studied 10-15 subjects in 3-4 domains, and if the employer is taking that particular person, if the person is will be competent for that or not. Right, you have an age of flexibility up there. Okay, I have studied music, I have studied drama.
I think just hit the nail on its head.
Yeah.
मैं एक कुछ लिख के लाया था और उसका मैं ये बोलना चाहता हूँ कि
So in fact, I have written it. ये वो बाबा बागेश्वर धाम वाला जो है ना, ये नहीं है. It says credit requirement. There is a balance has to be on credit requirement vis-a-vis skill. Very strongly believe that we have great debates on this aspect. When I've been part of our own academic council for 14 years. I said a student studying engineering should not think of things, say for example, dynamics without, because then the student is being one's own competence in the market. You cannot say that the flexible credit earning system gave me this opportunity, I earned this credit, but now you also hire me, you hire me engineer without knowing what about. I think that is important. And I think students, if they are not informed enough to fix these challenges in your own home, the real students can look your best practice to जिसको नजिंग बोलते हैं या जो है काउंसलिंग बोलते हैं वो एक बहुत बड़ा रोल करता है. Otherwise क्या होगा, blame will come on this system, within your system में give me this opportunity, but now I don't have that skill set, I'm employable. But I think what is that I think what he made was that similar में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आना चाहिए, क्योंकि आई थिंक if you are studying for example operations management, तो operations management को human management की प्रॉब्लम, but these are similar kind of functional areas. We are talking about some kind of area. तो वहाँ पे तो इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़ के तो डेटा साइंस का काम कर पाएगा ना थोड़ी.
एग्जैक्टली आपने आरएस पर जिस बात और डिस्कशन करी थी कि हमारी जो 120 क्रेडिट कोर्स है बीएससी में और 180 है हमारी एमएससी में, तो 60 क्रेडिट कोर्स का कोर्स का है. बाकी आपका 60 डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट का है. तो आप अगर डिफरेंट में इतना ही सारा डिफरेंट कर दोगे तो आप कोर्स कॉम्प्रोमाइज होने वाला है. तो ये बैलेंस आप कैसे मेंटेन करोगे? ये दैट्स व्हाई इन द जो छाया सर के डिस्कशन में भी आप तो सेम पॉइंट दैट इज द इंप्लीमेंटेशन चैलेंज दैट वी आर टॉकिंग. यहाँ पे नॉट एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ कोर वैल्यू, तो होना ही नहीं. कोर आपको इंटैक्ट रखना पड़ेगा. और इसीलिए शायद हमारी ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि जो हमारी एनईपी जो हम समझ रहे हैं कि क्या हमारी ये फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी हमको देती है कि हम कितना कोर और कितना और जो नॉन कोर को हम कस्टमाइज कर सकते हैं. आई थिंक दे हैव सम गाइडलाइंस टुवर्ड्स दैट, बट आई थिंक विदिन एनी लेट्स फेयर इज अ वेरी पॉलिटिकली करेक्ट टर्म, बट लेट्स फेयर का क्या होता है दैट आल्सो. We have one question now. I think this is the last question. Okay. Very accepted practice at academic institutions. It goes without saying that even if there will not be, say, example, the requirement of prerequisite in a liberal policy like this, for example, let us assume there is no requirement. Ultimately, somebody will have to counsel the student. Unless you know basics of statistics for that matter, how can you study data analysis? The role of very important. But you tell them that look, if the next semester you are planning to take that course, it's advisable the course please undertake this course.
Teachers will.
So can you pick one last section?
Now put our mind down now. इसके बाद अगर
is not supposed to pay not everything. It is a part of the course when we are paid to get a practical training. Of course, we are getting the but now what I am saying, police station should pay our students because they are working there. Now, students from some pharmaceutical company carry the campaign accountant with food transportation. Because as students, they are working in their company also. So what I am saying, combination is industry and organization. So we should collaborate like students are working there, for example, one month and 2 months they are there. So they will work also in this station. The student should not pay not even single money for teacher, faculty, they will carry. So much stress will get taken.
I think the point is valid. Actually, the point is very valid because we say that the affordability, है ना 5 parameters था ना हमने affordability. So affordability, when we are discussing affordability is very subjective to person to person. किसी एक आदमी के लिए 1 लाख पर मंथ भी अफोर्डेबल है और बेचारे के लिए 1 लाख पूरे साल भर की कमाई होती है. So what should be the criteria? What should be the guideline? It's needed to be chalked out or
ये तो भी check करना पड़ेगा.
Pakistan and government, if you compare our time to this time, the number of fellowships awarded to various category of students has increased many-fold. Now I believe it is many more fold in coming years. Okay. And another thing, my calculation is India's economy is growing. So I don't think that class of 50 students, my assumption is that 10% maximum 20% students will have to teach. So others should be able to afford that. So there should be provision from government that should be scholarship. Some type of scholarship. But specific exam or the guideline has to be made. And scholarship various sector, category wise as well as development economy, very so many scholarships are available. And if your company is coming there, will increase the number of
Say that this affordability question is and it's a very valid question. However, to any such thing that innovate is what I can say. What Sir said is actually in a way ameliorated, in a way helps, doesn't escalate that. But I think
हो सकता है in the Europe there is a program actually इसलिए हमें mindset भी थोड़ा सा change करने की आवश्यकता है. There is a scheme called earn while learn. हमारे यहाँ क्या होता है कि हम पढ़े तो सिर्फ पढ़ेंगे. यूरोप में 5 बजे के बाद सुबह 10 से लेकर 5 बजे बच्चे काम करते हैं. 5 बजे के बाद किसी सुपरमार्केट में, किसी बर्गर किंग में, मैकडोनल्ड में वो काम करते हैं और वहां काम करके वो अपनी लाइवलीहुड वो निकाल लेते हैं. तो ये माइंडसेट अगर थोड़ा चेंज हो पेरेंट्स के लेवल पे भी और बच्चों के लेवल पे भी, तो जो सेल्फ डिपेंडेंस की जो भावना है जो आजकल बच्चों से कि पापा हम पेरेंट्स भी हैं, हम जमा कर दो सिर्फ बच्चों के लिए सोचते हैं. ठीक है, तो वो अगर तो शायद आगे चल के चीजों को हम एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं इन फ्यूचर.
I thought I mentioned and I forgot that it's related to research. I want to see in coming years, from coming months, and all deals can take initiative. First, submit multidisciplinary research. Research proposal for science and management together to submit, behavioral science and ethics together to submit. This practice we have to evaluate and we have to be for our management. But the coming years are ahead, LRA, which one will become, I don't know. But it has to be made real problem-centric proposal, otherwise getting fun nowadays. Right? This will be time.
One of the interesting parameters. For patiently understood, I would like to request all the delegates to speak right now. It's a pleasure. We will be see you all tomorrow.